Alright, YouTube, you gonna cooperate with me today? Yes, you are. Thank goodness for that. Greetings, everyone. I am Dr. J, and it is good to be back in Pillars of Eternity. Hopefully I'm a little more awake than last time, though I suppose time will tell as to whether that ends up being the case. Then again, at least this time around, there should be a little more interesting stuff to do with the story instead of just cleaning up a bunch of miscellaneous tasks. So, with that in mind, I've played up to the point where we left off last time, went to rest, made sure that I have all my spells back. I've only done one combat encounter, and that was to go into here and make sure that we talk to this person. So, as far as we're concerned, we are going right back to where we were before. So, all that matters now is that we carry on. So, just as a reminder to myself and everybody else, there are two quests we've got to do here. First of all, we got to clear the way for the person who was put in here by the Pale Elves, and we got to locate the Frost-hewn breach and repair it. So, here goes nothing, as we slowly creep forward. Why are they walking so slowly? You wanted a day of victory, not a minute of victory, right? Alrighty, now. Yeah. Ah, jeez. Confusion effect. Actually, wait. Is that confusion or dominate? Well, I'll check this anyway and see if it. Well, there are people in here that know dominate, so that's probably still a good thing. Alright, so I'm pretty sure we've got a way to deal with with confused. Where is it? Oh, you can preempt getting killed? That's useful. How did I only notice that now? There's gotta be. Here we are. Alright, Haravias. Time to have some fun. Summon spell, go. Alright, now that I've got the good stuff going out, I want to see what this does. I may regret doing this, but I want to see what happens anyway. Oh, it knocks people prone, too! Oh, and it hit somebody I didn't even see. Excellent! Also, what are you doing? Didn't I set... Oh, you set it to defend self. No. Do that. Also, throw this out. I need some damage. Twin Arms! Okay, was that my character that threw that out? Because that might be overkill. Although, to be fair, we're taking a lot of damage right now, so maybe not. Drop that over there where it's more likely to affect them instead of me. Hello, chat. Are you describing me or are you describing Kel through freaking Zod? This seems like the start of a meme. Do this! It looks fun! What are you doing in here? Oh. Petrified or some kind of effect on you. Now. This will hurt most of us. Oh, confusion. Okay, this is starting to hurt. Okay, Ravias, cast this. Okay, good. Alot just took out another one. It's a bit of a risk, but we'll try it. Assuming Adair doesn't do anything silly and step down. Also, Durance, you need to cast... Well, you need anti-confuse. Here we are. Did you fail to cast it? What the heck? Not great, main character. Although, to be fair, it looks like we're getting pretty close to knocking him out. Throw that out if you're gonna cast Chain Lightning. Injured as opposed to barely injured? Yeah, go for that one then. Oh good, you're back up. Okay, stab this guy. Okay, so we've got main character back there, 2 sorcerers over here. A healer? Alright, let's try the other method that works. Works every time. Ooh, I'm standing. Okay, take away party AI. Turn this on. Start slashing.
Lava.
Wait, huh? Wait, why did Alwa attack us? The heck? Where's my quick save? Why did Alwa attack us? The heck? Okay, before we fight that encounter, let's go deal with the Pale Elves at the front, so that she can make a run for it. Because why the heck did she attack us? Alright, now I have time to look at this. Dragon Slayer, Lord of Cadnua, Champion of Gods, Guardian of the Deerwood, Archdruid. I don't think I'm actually, I am a max level druid, so I guess that it counts. Let's see. Seeker of the Battery of Durgan, the Great Explorer, the Watcher of Cadnua, Slayer of the Mad Lord, Doom of the Eyeless, and countless other names. No point. Also, can you read the Death Knight description in the Bestiary? Because it confirms what I said about Radric. The Mad Lad resurrected himself via Butthurt. Well, let's take a look. Where is Bestiary? Assuming it's in the journal? Encyclopedia. Bestiary. It's Death Knight, right? Or Death Guard. Is it Death Knight or some other? Well, I'll look through that later. For now, I need to clear the way.
Sure.
I bring your end.
Allegedly, you do. Whoops. Aggressive. Death Guard, okay. I guess I'll go ahead and read that out while dramatic music plays in the background. Death Guard. Extraordinarily rare, Death Guards are sometimes created upon the demise of a particularly determined individual who refuses to leave the physical world for the beyond. Ah, that's what you mean. Paladins are the most common subjects for this terrible transformation, but priests and other exceptional zealots often suffer the same fate. Death Guards occupy their former bodies, but the energy that allows the soul to remain in the physical world rapidly consumes the flesh, leaving only bone behind. Death Guards are often driven mad by their state. They are terrifying foes to behold, striking fear into those who stand before them. Their limited connection to the beyond allows them to summon fearsome balls of flame, summon shadows, and even slay the living with a word. Ah, fair enough. I just dominated that one.
More than raw beyond siege.
Another one down.
Not what I meant by trying others.
You don't approve, Durance? Alright, we Got their attention. Now let's keep it. Ravias, you're further away, so you summon stuff. I don't have the AoE spell. Okay, I'm summoning stuff then. Ravias, cast this. To dare rush up.
I bring.
Ooh, there's a lot of people in there. Cast sleep. Now, did the sleep spell not work? Or... oh wait, that's the wrong person. Wait, that's me. Okay, what can I do? Yeah, that'll hit some of us, potentially. And that's a weaker version of the spell, but it should still be effective. Alright, so you've got... Adair, why are you still? You should be... Are you under some kind of effect? Charmed. Okay, but it only has 3. We're good. Ow, something's hurting. Oh dear, we're taking a lot more damage than I am. The power. Well, if that target goes away. Alright, turn your gaze this direction.
Hey there.
Okay.
Sure.
Alright, you come to us.
Ah, thank more than wrong!
You're not working for the AI. Hey guys, attack him anyway. I don't know what that was supposed to do, but anyway. Who is? This is the last I'm bringing the grieving mother along for something. Here to hit him. There you go. All right, the way should be clear now.
Sure.
So now that we've hopefully dealt with that problem, wonder why... oh well, we'll see. Wonder what would have happened if I tried to resolve the quest. Make a run for it. Go. She turns toward the hall, her large ears angled forward. As fast as my feet can carry me. She scrambles for the exit on emaciated arms and legs. At the door, she glances back at you. Thank you, Estremor, and be careful. She melts into the shadows. Alrighty, so... you should be able to make it. Now, I don't have a lot of spells, so... let's make sure. Good. Alright, now. We get our spells back. Alright. Come and get us, suckers. You come to us. That'll make things fun for me. Mostly because I can do this to you then.
Hey.
Defend the breach. Alright, so... looks like Alon's spell worked to perfection. So now we just need to start... that Vanquisher didn't stay down long. Well, even if it only disrupts them briefly, it'll help. Hopefully.
Beyond seek!
There. Oh well. Nah, cold damage against people who are primarily in a cold place, that won't work well. What's this do? Ooh, that'll be useful. No control! Knock him on the ground. Alright, you should do something. Okay, this sorcerer's starting to bother me. I'm thinking, you know what? I want to make this silly. Ooh, I can hit all of them. All of you are sleepy.
My mind feels sharp as steel.
Down you go.
My mind feels sharp as steel.
Oh, look, another silly sorcerer. Got him. Go team. Quick, grab the loot. That's clearly the reason why we're here. Is to loot all the bodies. Alright, that went much better. I don't know why we were allowed to rest for 8 hours in here, but you know what? Video games. Immergand, open your way to us. Oh, this ought to be good. This ought to be real good. As you near the platform, the temperature drops sharply. Something saps every last bit of warmth from the air, leaving the breath of your lungs cold as it escapes your lips. You see a doorway filled in with glowing ice. Silhouetted against it is an elven man, his arms outstretched.
What have you done? This useless slaughter, Please, just let me finish what we came here to do.
The pale elf turns to look at you, exhaustion written on his elegant face. He rubs one red eye with the heel of his hand, and you notice that his little finger has shriveled to a blackened nub. His eyes rise to the carnage around you, looking back at the wall of ice. Rimmergand sent me to close the frost-hewn breach. His red eyes widen. You are a man of compassion. Would you trap us here another 100 lifetimes? He shakes his head, weariness creeping back into his eyes. We can't continue like this. We've got to find a way into the White Void. The White Void?
Rimergon's domain. A place where all things are mingled like snowflakes in a blizzard. It's a vortex of such chaos that even the Beast of Winter himself could not calculate the trajectory of the infinite particles of essence there. As souls are broken down over successive reincarnations, they become part of the White Void. It is a place where all things find perfect unity and freedom. The frost-hewn breach is a weak spot in the barrier between us and the White Void. Thin ice on a frozen lake. We've come from the white that wends to find it.
And you want to open the breach?
So that we can die. Permanently. We've lived more lifetimes than any mortal should. We've been faithful followers of Rimergon since our earliest incarnations. He's the god of entropy. Why would he force us to be reborn again and again?
Arabius looks at Glasval solemnly, and then looks at you. That rage sounds painfully familiar. Why did the god of Seekers punish me for asking a question? Still, I wish I could give him the piece Wireless showed me. The gods act in ways that are unknowable to us. To ascribe the motivations is to assume them to be folk, not gods. Better to accept in advance than to lament and stay stuck in one place.
But if anything could pass through the frost-hewn breach, it would enter directly into the White Void. This death is overdue for us. We just have to find a way through.
I wonder how I want to play this. I do have a quick save, right? I mean, worst case scenario, I could just redo the battle. Remergon gave me the size shard to close the breach. Perhaps it will let you through. Glasval cups his hand around the shard, his face lit by its frozen glow. A token from the Beast of Winter himself. He closes his hand around the frozen crystal. You've given us a gift that's been denied to us for centuries. Thank you. He summons the rest of the Pale Elves, and they gather around the frost-hewn breach. Let's see what they do. The gleaming wall of ice seems to leach all the warmth from the room. The cold sears your skin, and you draw back before you can touch it. I'm assuming that removed all the Pale Elves. Guess they won't mind if I do this then. Let's look around then, see if there's anything else worth seeing.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Huh. A secret way in. I am intelligent. Ooh. Winter's Woes. Is this... Oh, it's a grimoire. Aloth, take.
Someone check on Aloth!
Hey there.
Oh, is it because we were standing in that? I'm sure it's fine. It'll be fine.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment. I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
A white crystal key. I guess there was an option to sneak around. Then again, given what they had been shown to do, I don't feel too bad about killing a few of them, but... So be it then. Alright, that's everything that can be seen to here, I presume. Unless I try and break in somewhere else. So, that will hopefully stem the tide elsewhere. So I wonder if that was the reason for Remergon sending me here then. And I guess, well, it's hard to say. Whatever the case may be, there we are. Now, we'll go ahead and report back to person at Gallowayne's Maw. Huh? The Orland stands up under the open sky, taking a deep breaths of fresh air. Feels like I've been reborn. She thumps you on the shoulder. Come by the Maw sometime. The rest of the Fangs will want to meet the cunning Estermore who freed me. Well, I may as well stop by then. Alright, by the way, here's the backstory of the Pale Elves. They were a tribe that lived for thousands of millennia in the White that Wends, and their souls were always reincarnated within said tribe. They found the truth from a watcher who visited them. Huh. Wait. When you say the Watcher, do you refer to my character from a past life, or just do you mean a Watcher? Interesting. Alright, so who was the quest giver? Down here, I think? Yes. What purpose brings you here? I found Alwa. A breath catches in her throat. Your own eyes have seen her? A Watcher. Okay, cool. I freed her from Noonfrost. She's just enjoying the fresh air before she returns. She releases a gasp of relief. You've accomplished a great service, for the Fangs and for me. Lara takes another deep breath. I was wrong about you, Estermore. I did not see you truly. Please, accept a gift worthy of your honor and skill. Hello, you. Good to see you again. Alright, Alwa waves at you, a broad smile on her thin mouth. Her fur is sleek and glossy now, and there's a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Good to see you again. How are you? Holding well, thanks to you. Not that Lara's given me a chance to rest. She eyes another Orlan woman. My sister makes me earn my keep around here. You spent long enough stuck in that frozen cell, didn't you? Your limbs need exercise now. Teach me what you know. As long as you can keep up. Blooded Hunter, what's that do? Alright, it's a passive effect. Extra damage reduction against slash and pierce and an extra bit of stealth. Useful. Useful. Oh, quest. Okay, it was just a major adventure. Cool. That doesn't compare to all the money I made from selling all the crap I built up over the last few sessions. My god, there was a lot. But either way. So before we carry on, let's take a look back through the journal, make sure that I've seen to everything before we stop by Ter Evron. But I'm pretty sure we're in good shape. I'm pretty sure everything left is near the Great Elm, or whatever it's called. Okay, so... Alright, not going to fulfill that one. Return to Ter Evron. Return to Galawain at Ter Evron. Return to Barath at Ter Evron. And then there's Simok. And the Bury Alao quest. Cool!
As a kid, I figured I was too stupid and impatient to learn magic. How about you, Aloth? When you were a kid, did you dream that you'd live a life of arcane practice?
It was never my decision. But I've come to appreciate that it was made.
That's a good way. That's an interesting way of putting it. Alrighty then. I don't know if I'll be able to go near... Well, I don't know if I'll be able to go near that guy and give the, quote, poison... Well, give the, quote, drink or whatever the heck I'm doing. Oh, more about the Pale Elves. That's why they were so traumatized about the whole deal. That Rummergond is about destroying the souls, so that new souls can be born. From the perspective of his followers, Rummergond is a more drastic and direct version of Barath. Interesting. Now here's... So let me remind myself, what's my representation... Well, what's my... So the Fangs see me as eccentric. Probably because of how I acted toward them. Ovates of the Golden Grove, Ethic Knoll, Scoundrel. I don't see anything specifically... Alright, time to upset them some more. Yeah, these are the... Who are these guys? The three-tusked Skellige, if I'm not mistaken? Let's give them a reason to hate me. I'm probably gonna need to go somewhere and build up my resolve, aren't I? Guess we'll find out. Guess we'll find out. Keep doing that. Yeah, it would be difficult if I tried to pick a fight here. Guess we'll see what happens.
What brings you here?
Be warned, Estremor. I have little patience today after learning of the massacre at Bloodsands. You think he'd... Again with petting the Stelgare? So, where I'm from, petting a Stelgare doesn't mean what you think it means. What? What's wrong? Murdered. Nearly every druid of the Ethnic Knoll, slaughtered by their altars in the Bloodsands, and none know who to blame. Those fools in the Guided Compass rejoice. They don't understand what we've lost. Here's the potion you asked for. Something's wrong. What are you trying to give me? He looks from the vial in your hand back to you. His eyes narrow. You're being paranoid because you're nervous about the deed. It's natural. He reaches out with a hand gnarled by age and battle. He clutches the vial close to one faded blue eye. To my tribe's salvation. He drains the vial in one long gulp. He swallows, and after sputtering for several seconds, he glares at you. His breath sounds ragged and wet. You poisoned me! He begins to raise his hands to his warriors in the other room. I'm gonna need higher resolve, aren't I? Okay, so I need... crap, I didn't see what was written there. Okay. Can I fight them? I doubt it. Is it worth trying to fight them? So, what do I need? Actually, you know what? It would be easier to just look it up. There's of Eternity. If I just look up the name, it should tell me all I need. Alright, Sacrificial Bloodline. That's the quest. Oh, we're at an ad block. Okay. Resolve 20 or Perception 19. Which would be easiest for me to get right now? Actually, it wouldn't take much more. Although I don't think I could get it through items. I'd have to go back to Cad Nua. And rest there, presumably. Unless there is something that I can do to temporarily bolster my resolve, but... well, my... actually, wait, no. Is it... yeah, okay, it's Resolve 20 that I need. That would be this... well, I've got Intellect 19, so I just need Resolve 20. Easiest way to get that. I'm pretty sure I can only get a Resolve bonus from one... yeah, I can only get a Resolve bonus from one item. And I'm pretty sure I don't have any consumable that grants... alright, those are crafting ingredients. I'm pretty sure if I sort by consumables, there's nothing in here that... I stand corrected.
Yeah?
Alright, so now my resolve has been bolstered. Video games!
Extra more?
Let's see, you would have better reputation with the Twin Elms if you refused the Pale Elves. From their perspective, destroying the barrier between worlds is a horrible decision, and the agony of the elves meant nothing and wasn't the justification for such actions. What did he mean by destroy the barrier, I wonder? Oh well. You just swallowed a mixture of concentrated essence and blood. How did you expect that to feel? I suppose you're right. He takes a couple of slow, deep breaths, and I suppose I should thank you for your service. Safe travels, Estrabel.
Yeah?
Oh, that got the grieving mother to level up. Hooray. Pretty sure this is the last level up, so may as well spend it wisely. Ooh. Let's give you something defensive. Oh, yes. Lyris looks you in the eye and gives you a slow nod. Oh, I see. So the Rip the Pale is used to get into Rimmergan's domain is permanent. Huh. Interesting. Hopefully I won't regret doing that then. Guess we'll find out in due time, though. So, all that remains... So, where did that fall? Okay, cool. Nothing to worry about there. Alright, nothing new to report there. Okay. Now, let's see to this. This is what I get for playing in windowed mode. It's not my fault I've got a fancy new monitor. It's useful for audio editing, but makes playing games in 1080p feel weird. Should probably use my secondary for video games now if I'm streaming them. That way I can have full screen, well, borderless full screen. Either way. So, we've got basically all 4 shrines that we can look at now. You kneel, prepared for the shift this time. The cool stone gives way to warm soil, soft and loamy. The candle smoke dissipates, replaced by the musk of the forest. I've come to seek Galawain's favor. The howling beast falls silent, and you hear a rustling in the foliage nearby. Something is watching you. Something leaps from the bushes nearby. You find yourself pinned on your back, and staring into the amber eyes of a massive hound. The beast looks at you. Gleaming fangs protrude from the sides of its mouth. Its nose twitches as it inhales your scent, starting at your shoulder and proceeding down the length of your arm. You follow its nose to your hand, which is covered in blood. A tongue as red and meaty as a steak lolls out of its mouth and swipes your bloody hand. Its lips curl into what looks like a smile. The beast looks back at you, and as it fixes you with its glowing eyes, its muzzle retreats into a long, bearded face, and its pointed ears lengthen, dropping to the sides of its head. What was a massive hound becomes a giant of a man, his broad, muscled shoulders draped with fur. He holds a flint knife to your neck and grins, revealing a row of long, pointed teeth.
Tread carefully. Let my face be a warning sign to always treat Galawain and his messengers with caution and reverence.
You feel Haravias's tiny but tenacious grip seize your side.
Soul is dead, and so is her legacy. You have cut down a fierce and cunning line.
If Sul could not defend her position from me, she didn't deserve it.
Worthiness is proven in conflict. Might grappling with might. Flesh tears, bones break, and the ones that mend are stronger still. Blood mixes, and the worthier substance rises to the top. And you have proven worthy.
He lets out a howl that rings through the air. He lowers his head, puffs of steam rising from his panting mouth. Twigs crunch and branches snap. The ground shivers under the weight of pacing, prowling footsteps. A dozen beasts, bears, wolves, and long-fanged cats stalk out of the undergrowth, their matching amber eyes fast on you. Such ferocity, beasts that gloried in bloodshed and destruction. What would an alliance with one such as him mean? As the beasts encircle you, their master rises to his feet. Even the largest of the bears can only reach his browned and muscle-knotted shoulders. You stand, mindful of the ring of predators surrounding you.
You sought and won the favor of Galawain. What new prey do you now pursue?
I must stop Theos Arcanon from feeding thousands of souls to Wudica. A sudden blast of heat scalds your face, and even as you turn away, a flash of light sears your vision through your eyelids. When you look back, you see a woman in full plate standing next to Galawain.
So you know. No doubt one of the others has already enlisted you, and with a different purpose. Nevertheless, hear us.
Ogren. She inclines her head, a sliver of flame running along the side of her helm.
Track Theos. Follow the trail he has left for you, and corner him in sun and shadow.
You have hired out your strength in the service of others, Watcher. Now we ask that you employ your talents for the benefit of all of the Deerwood. You must stop Theos before he empowers Woodica.
And if you do, you will have a different decision to make.
Here's where in Clankus Abaddon gives you a... Abaddon? Where'd you come from? In Abaddon's crude yet efficient form, you see an uncanny resemblance to the eyeless. Yet his limbs are more finely wrought, his joints more flexible. You also feel the essence of the eyeless teeming within him.
I have a really bad feeling that this decision is a trap. I mean, how often do the gods really leave the decisions up to mortals like us?
Souls were ripped from the world, ripe and full and pulsing with essence. Scatter them like bones to a pack of dogs. Their essence will strengthen the souls of the Deerwood. Let the remains of the dead feed the survivors.
Why would I feed the lost soul's essence to the rest of the Deerwood?
To breed strength. Power is born from the mixing of essence and blood.
The wolves snarl and snap.
What Theos did cannot be undone. Thousands of lives have changed, and thousands more have ended because of his actions. But transformation gives purpose to trial.
And improvement is the goal of all Kith. Long lives, prosperous futures, stronger minds and bodies. Strengthening those who remain will help repair the damage that Theos has done to the Deerwood.
There is a logic to that. I thought you served the cause of preservation, Abaddon.
Essence cannot remain in a dead body, any more than oil in a broken jar. Even though the stolen lives cannot be preserved, their essence can be used to ensure the survival of the Deerwooden remnant. Thus, the memory and vision of the lost may live beyond them. This is the nature of preservation.
So another option is in play. I've got to find... Alright, let's see. Now, I've got to find Theos.
And when you descend the pit to Sun in Shadow, you can count on our assistance to see you safely through. As I hope we can count on yours when you reach the bottom. There are many souls upon the Burial Isle that are sworn to serve us. They belong to you now, and they shall guide your descent.
Beware the promises of a God Watcher. They are binding, but only in one direction. The beasts grow restless, pawing the ground and eyeing you with renewed interest. The bear sniffs at the ground next to your leg. One Stelgear skulks into the corner, into the circle, its amber eyes glowing. Gallowayne hurls his knife between your feet, sinking it into its handle. He raises his empty hand.
Hunt him, mortal. And when you stop him, let the souls he has captured feed the Deerwood.
Strengthen the souls of those who remain. Prepare them to face the challenges that will follow. Pledge that you will do this, and we will grant you a power fit for the finest warrior who ever lived.
Betray us, and my beasts shall track you down. Our allegiance is not to be accepted and cast aside.
My friend, this is a most auspicious moment. The Lord of the Hunt has spoken to you without omission or riddles. Heed what he said about his beast seeking you out should you stray from the task, for it is not an empty promise.
Oh boy. I need to think about this.
Consider and calculate, but decide.
Gallowayne's hand falls, and the growling pack lunges into the circle. The vision vanishes in an instant, returning you to Ter Evron, where burning candles replace the glowing eyes of Gallowayne's beasts. Okay, so, option number 1 from... let's see. So just to remind me, since it's been a while, option number 1 was Helia, return the souls to their original bodies. Option number 2, send the souls... well, use the souls to strengthen those who remain, according to Gallowayne. I should probably write this down or bring it up. Actually, yeah, let's bring up the list real quick. Actually, no, we'll go through the motions and then we'll reconvene. As you pray to Barath, you again find yourself on the road. Squinting into the distance, you see a short, pale figure waiting for you. At first, you think it's another version of Archdruid Reston, but then you notice the figure's skeletal frame and rictus grin. He stands in front of another skull gate, but the way leads down, not onward. He beckons for you to approach. That must be the usher. Malov's voice is low. Behind you is a woman, her skin milk pale against her black hair. She wears a suit of armor so dark it seems to suck the light in from the stars. The road winds up a mountain behind her.
A toll, traveler.
She holds out a hand. And the Pallid Knight. You drop a few coppers into her hand and she closes her fists around the coins. You instantly feel a small weight added to your purse. The lord of this road demands a toll of all, but he lends generously that all might travel his road again. Behind her, the usher grips his lipless smile and waits. The road bores into the mountain, and you find yourself in a gigantic cavern. The ceiling curves up and away, and it's dotted with moisture. At this distance, the shining beads look like stars, clustered and scattered in constellations. The usher and the Pallid Knight leave you up a trail carved into the edge of the cavern. Two identical cave mouths wait up ahead, and you follow the usher to one of them. Standing at the edge and gazing down, you see an endless, ever-changing plain bisected by a road. Only then do you realize that you're no longer on the road. As you follow the road to the point where it disappears below you, you realize that you're standing in one of the eye sockets of a massive skull. The usher points to the road. Archdruid Reston appears before you, but below you. He's just as you remembered him, stern and smooth skinned. Yet with each step along the road he grows, swelling with blood and essence. His heavy steps become slower and slower, until he stops altogether. His distended body fills the path completely.
You met a dwarf traveling this road. What did you do?
Reston had stood in place for too long. I merely set it moving again. The Pallid Knight's flesh is taut against her skull. She nods once, barely dipping her chin.
Life is kinetic. Forward motion. 100 beginnings and endings nested within 1,000,000 more.
As Reston's swollen body ruptures, the effect is like a dam bursting. Ghostly figures, as hazy and indistinct as wisps of smoke, continue along the cleared path. Some tumble and rush along, while others amble and drift, but all continue forward. The usher directs your attention to another figure moving down the path. This time you see High Ovate Irona. As she follows the road, her movements become slow and erratic. Her legs creak with each step, and her feet grow long, thick roots that burrow into the ground. He finally stops, rooted in place.
You found a tree that had lived for centuries. Its roots were deep, and its boughs sheltered many. Why did you cut it down?
It was a parasite. While its branches sheltered others, its roots sucked them dry.
All draw their life's energy from the deaths of others. This is why all must remain part of the cycle of death and rebirth. No creature may be a closed loop unto itself.
Irona's body petrifies below, and the shimmering leaves of her hair blow down the path. You seek another who has lived his lives on the brink of the cycle. He sits on the inside of the wheel, observing its revolutions. With each life he is plucked from the stream and returned to it intact. Why do you hunt Theos? I seek a resolution. In confronting him, I'll put an end to the pain he's caused me.
The only resolution is a clean slate. An end that leads to a new beginning.
I figured you'd respond like that, but it was worth a try. Aravias chuckles nervously, his complexion reddening. Well said! You can't blossom into a new person until you sever the diseased roots. He pats you on the side with a grimy paw and smiles. Theos will be made to explain himself, even if we have to tear the answers out of him. Theos serves Boudica. She desires an escape from her own cycle, power without decline. Theos has removed thousands of souls from the cycle so that their essence might empower her. The black depths of her eyes threaten to swallow you. You must stop him, and you must return them to the cycle. What end would it serve to send the souls back into the cycle? Attending to these souls is a question of stability, Watcher, of maintaining the natural order of the world and the ebb and flow of essence. Couldn't they be returned to Hollowborn? As batter-burdened things, do you mix soured wine with fresh? The kindness you seek lies in giving them a new beginning, not in shackling them to this life. Theos had meddled with the souls. Perhaps it would be better to destroy them. The cycle is merciless, but it is not wasteful. Time in the endless procession of rebirths eventually grinds souls into dust. But until then, they must pass from the world and return to it. Their continuing movement advances the cycle itself. No, I know what's wrong with Boudica seizing the power. I don't need to ask that one. Cycles are changeless and monotonous. Surely there's a better alternative. The illusion of revolution? It is merely part of another cycle, and a painful one. True change has structure, geometry. It is the product of cycles within cycles, 1,000 gears spinning and moving the universe by degrees. Yusher gestures toward the road, and the starry expanse beyond, while the pallid night speaks. I only show you the motion of the universe, Watcher. Why does Boudica even need Theos' help? And why do you need mine for that matter? The gods guide souls through the cycle of death and rebirth, but Aora is the domain of mortals. We stand aside, weights and counterweights. Were one to alter the tides of Kith, all would follow. We would tip this world from its axis. That is why Boudica directs a mortal to do her bidding, and why any who would stop Theos must be mortal as well.
No mortal can survive the descent into the pit. But there are souls on the burial isle that are pledged to me. I will grant them to you, and they shall bear you down safely, as well as light the way beyond.
A multitude appears at the other end of the road, raising their voices and kicking up dust as they make their way toward you. Return them to the cycle, Watcher. Promise that you will, and I shall give you a power befitting a champion of death. The pallid knight raises a finger. Accept my favor, however, and I will demand this decision as your due. I collect from all mortals in time. I need to think about this. Do not delay long, Watcher. What Theos seeks to do cannot be undone, even by the turning of the wheel. The usher points behind you. When you turn, you find yourself again standing at Ter Evron. Alright, on another note, yes chat, I will make sure to do the bird quest, thanks for the reminder. I just want to see to this, and then, I guess while I'm out, I can make the decision. You pray again, and the vision of the white plain emerges. The driving wind returns in a chaos of whirling snow. Something moves at the center of the blizzard, plodding but relentless. As the snowstorm gets closer, you see an Aurochs, as colossal and slow as a glacier. Its shaggy white hair is matted with frost, but beneath it, ribs like a ship's frame protrude. A man, emaciated and almost naked, huddles at the beast's leg. His body is scored with lash marks, and his nose and ears have been carved from his face. His black eyes pierce the whiteout. By the wheel, it's Skane. The Aurochs stops and stands before you, enveloping you in the violent blizzard that surrounds it. Though its mouth does not move, the beast speaks in a deep, thunderous voice.
A crack in the ice, a fissure in a glacier. I showed you the frost-hewn breach that you might seal it, but you pried it wider for the sake of the Glom felon, whose souls I had not yet begun to hew away. For all things there is a season. You brought them to winter before their time.
Some changes are gradual erosion, and others are avalanches, collapses that build over time and are suddenly unleashed. Both are part of your nature.
The pitiless mechanisms of decline do not unsettle you as they do most mortals. The slowly freezing winter and the famine that destroys harvests overnight are both mine, yes.
Do not swell too greatly in your pride, Watcher. Impressive to say you've outwitted a god, less so that you outwitted a cow. The world shudders beneath you, and a great crack echoes across the white expanse. The ice splits at your feet, waves lapping through the rift. A low, melancholy voice rises from the depths. Oh no, you're not going to be happy with me after the decision I made.
I did not expect we would meet again so soon. You destroyed the army that threatened your life.
I didn't think we would either, but I'm told I need your help.
What is it you seek?
Theoxix Arcanon, the man responsible for my current plight.
Yet there is a greater plot at work here, Watcher. Theos acts not for himself. He is the Burned Queen's quiet slave, a master of secrets and schemes.
Oh god, do I recognize that voice? Oh no. I should stop playing Fire Emblem games. There's too much overlap with everything.
Theos is a winter gale, unseen by the world even while he carves and shapes it. Woodica directs him, sending him to wipe her enemies from Aeora.
And Animancy as well. He would see those secrets lost, the knowledge forgotten.
And he would see his mistress grow fat on the essence of thousands. For her, he has harvested the unborn souls of the Deerwood.
It's impossible to tell whether Skane's ragged expression is a smile or a snarl. Why does Theos hate Animancy?
He believes that some knowledge is best lost to mortals.
More importantly, Woodica despises it, and he yields to the will of the exiled queen in all things.
I realize his methods have been questionable, but mightn't he be right? What does Woodica want with these souls?
To consume them, to collect her evaporating power, rebuilding what the turning ages have stripped from her.
She would reclaim her status like an island of silt dredged from the sea.
With this fresh, raw essence, Woodica will seize power over those gods and kith who have refused to acknowledge her authority, the ultimate act of vengeance.
The grieving mother's eyes burn. Are the gods no better than kith? Plots and schemes. They consume the innocent and feed them to the powerful, a never satisfied hunger. What now?
Theos has removed these souls from the cycle. They are ice melting in the sun. Let them fade.
Let them forget this world and be forgotten by it.
Take the souls she so desires and grind them into dust. Let her see her careful schemes thoroughly ruined.
That last one sounded a little nastier than the other two. And there, Captain Obvious strikes again. For several seconds, the waves wash quietly against the ice, and the Auroch stands silently amidst the churning flurry. Speak English.
It is the destiny of all things to crumble and join the chaos that follows this world. Some seek it willingly, as you have seen.
To mingle, roiled and stirred by the tides of the universe. It is not an unkind fate.
You would give these souls the very fate you sought to deny the Glamfathan Pilgrim.
I am the beast of winter. I neither speed nor alter my path for the whims and desires of kith. I take souls at the time of my choosing, be it mote by mote or in a sudden tempest of chaos.
These souls, they have already forgotten their place in this world. They have been lost to existence. Let them be memorialized and mourned for an age and then forgotten entirely.
Why do you oppose Woodica?
She desires to order chaos and shackle the agents of change in the world. Under her, all things would remain static and frozen according to her laws.
Even now, she only barely keeps the pact of the gods to leave the affairs of Kith in mortal hands. She moves in Theos where she cannot move directly.
And so we call on you to do the same. Such are the schemes of the Queen that was.
When you reach the Burial Isle, we will send lost souls to guide you through the pit. This is our gift to you. What you do after you face Theos will be your choice, but we would have you set the stolen essence adrift.
And whether you would heed us or no, understand that our end comes to all things eventually. Help us achieve it, and we shall reward you now with a power to rival Theos's.
But do not choose lightly. We forget nothing, least of all a betrayal.
I need to think about this.
Do not wait forever. We wait, but Theos does not.
Rimmergon continues towards you, swallowing you in a blinding, deafening snowstorm. You experience a dizzying, exhilarating disorientation, oblivious to the landscape around you and even the reality of your own body. You hear a noise that could be the shrieking winds or Skane's screeching cackle, and then it recedes with everything else. Rimmergon reappears in the distance, trudging away from you, and the whiteout follows him. As the vision of snow fades, it leaves in its wake the flagstones of Ter Evron. So, I cannot follow all of them. I have to choose one. Helia returned the souls to the Hollowborn. Galawain used them to strengthen those who still exist within the Deerwood. Barath returned them to the Wheel. Rimmergond destroy them. With no purpose. For no particular reason. No good some good answers, arguably, but let's see. Barath is the. Let's see. I think that Audra isn't angry at you because ultimately she can date Abaddon again, thanks to you and be. Really? I know I've said worse things already, given that, been said far more direct things over the course of this game as a result of stuff. As a result of other stuff, but still. So, looking ahead a little bit, I don't see any need to go after the bounties considering that I'm pretty much at max level for everybody. So, I need to capture 3 rare songbirds. So, Cloudsinger Songbird is located in the Temple of Helia. Charnwing is located in Elmshore in one of the bushes. The TM Songbird is in the northern home in Heartsong. So just as a quick reminder. Okay, so Nutter and Elms reach. Let's see. Will I be able to go back to the Temple of Helia? Given that there's a dragon there right now. I guess we'll find out. Actually, now that I think of it, I'm not seeing any other quests show up. We're nearing the end, aren't we? We're nearing the end. How much is there in the Burial Isle? I could feasibly finish this tonight, couldn't I? I don't know how I feel about this.
Sure.
One. Thank you for letting me know where these are, Glenn. Actually, how do you pronounce your name out of curiosity? I mean, Keller is an easy one, but I don't know. There's a character I don't recognize in the first names, and I'm a filthy American, so I don't know how I would pronounce that. That's my excuse anyway. I'm just gonna go with that. Let's see. Elmshore in one of the bushes. And then the other is going to be in the northern home in Heartsong. Well, I'll want to double back there anyway to rest and reacquire camping supplies, so that works quite fine for me. So, given that. So, one of the bushes, huh? Alright, we'll just keep holding down the Alt button until we find something. Well, tab button, I guess, to be more specific, but we keep holding down the weird... We keep holding down the what do you suppose that belly thing is button. Wonder if it's over here. Although if it's in a bush of some kind. Huh. Oh, that's just a bug. Wherefore art thou? Wherefore art thou? Alright. Not over in this direction. Hey, we've got us go under the Audra Arch? Really? Alright, we'll take a look. Under the Audra Arch. I didn't see anything when I passed by, although, to be fair, would not be the first time that someone has Ah. I must have missed that while I was scouring. Good catch. Good catch. And then... Actually, next question. Do I want to rearrange my party at all? Who do I want for the final battle? I think I want another tank. I think I want Pallegina. We may as well grab our camping supplies and whatnot here, but I think I'm gonna want... Yeah, I think I'm gonna want Pallegina for this one, because not only... Because on one hand, I won't have the Dominate spell, but at the same time, I don't expect that Theos... Well, the problem is Theos will undoubtedly have some kind of... Well, will he have minions? It's hard to say. I mean...
Not as beautiful as the Anguithan ruins near my home, but your fortress is impressive in its own little way.
Yeah, because Haravias is definitely sticking around with us, given that we need him for the quest. But... I'm thinking I swap Pallegina out for the Grieving Mother. Because Pallegina not only is tankier, I may lose the Dominate spell, but at the same time, I also get a tank who has a one-use Resurrect. If Durance goes down, that's going to be really damn useful. That's going to be really damn useful. So my thinking is, I should put focus on making sure that I have enough survivability to manage.
Good day, stranger.
So first, we'll sort through all the crap I've sold this guy. Grab what we need there. We'll rest while we're here. Actually, wait, let's swap out party members first.
I will wait in the place of your strength.
So. Alright, now we will rest. I'm gonna need this. Well, I'm gonna need my wits about me, so that will have to do. Alright. I think we are ready to delve deep into whatever nonsense awaits us. We really are coming up on the end, aren't we? We just have that last task to see to, and then we dive headlong. Doesn't honestly feel real that we're so close to the end.
Gelade,
Because I'm trying to think. You know what? I'm gonna go digging while I wait for this. I'm gonna go digging through YouTube real quick and see exactly when I started streaming Pillars of Eternity. Alright, let's see, and then I need to go to Heartsong. So, when did I start streaming Pillars of Eternity? It was back in June of last year. It does not feel real to be at this point. It just does not feel real to be at this point. God, I'm gonna have a lot of fun writing the script for this, aren't I? Well, for the review. That's gonna be the fun part. With Tagani's help, Azura was able to secure his trade routes and has convinced local merchants and suppliers to offer up their stock. Nice. Don't know how much it'll matter, but okay, so Glenfath and home. It's gonna be one of these two then. Actually, I'm pretty sure we've been into this one already, but it shouldn't take too long to load up. Although I've noticed that it's loading a little faster now that I've dumped a bunch of the crap I was holding on my inventory. Well, in my inventory. Man, this really is using the Unity engine if it's struggling that much under the weight of all the crap it's dealing with. And unfortunately, I'm not sure how exactly you make it more efficient because, my gosh. Okay, this is clearly not the one. So, hopefully it'll be in the other one. It got bright all of a sudden. Let's see, that symbol is a Polish/Slavic symbol. Polish language has this, plus we don't use the Cyrillic script like most Slavic languages. It still sound like Eldritch Horrors to everyone else in the play. Well, my mother's side of the family is part Polish, so she still has some old records that are actually in Polish, so... Oh dear. Stop right there! Lindsay yells at your hand nears the birdcage. Just what do you think you're doing with my bird? Dylan, chanter of old songs, sent me to get a specimen of this type of bird. She stares at you blankly for a moment before shaking her head. That fob Dylan sent you? No, absolutely not. Eating my beloved pet won't grant that fool musical prowess. The only thing he'll get is an upset stomach and the pain of passing a beak. There's a full as 4 little birds, 9's not for sale. Why would Dylan believe that eating birds will help? Old folklore gone awry, she mutters, shrugging in resignation. Orlans, particularly those raised in the forest, still seem to believe that by eating noteworthy creatures they can gain the desirable traits of their prey. It's false. Eating a spider doesn't give you 8 legs any more than eating ivy lets you spout berries. If Dylan wants to be a better singer, he should try with practice, not superstition. Animals aren't ours to cage. I don't think you or Dylan should have it. The bird should be free. Well... She stares at you blankly. It's not like the bird is a prisoner. I mean, he has a little bit of room to fly in there. You just want to eat a set beaker free so you can snatch him and sell him to Dylan. Is there a way to resolve this? Yep, this is the only way. Okay. Dylan isn't getting the bird. I won't. Actually. This will keep me up all night. Just take him, bring him into the forest, and set him free. Now be gone. Welp. Either way, so. Let's see, looking at this. So, honestly, don't know how to explain how you should pronounce it. Well, trying to think of what the closest I don't know what the closest approximation would be for that. I'll have to do some research myself then. So now that I know that it's a Polish/Slavic symbol, that should help me narrow it down. I wonder if my mother would know. She doesn't know how to speak Polish, but she listens.
You seem preoccupied with details, Olaf. Almost consumed by them, I'd say.
Once you've seen a colleague misuse Archimede's capricious hex, you learn an appreciation for details.
This sounds like wizard talk, so I'll just take your word for it.
Yeah, she doesn't know how to speak the language, but maybe she'll know a little. Well, she'll have heard a decent amount, so maybe she'll know. Alrighty then. I am very curious to see how this is going to play out now. Where's Dellum? Down here, if I'm not mistaken? Somewhere down here. Well, worst case scenario, I can just scour as always. There wasn't he up here? There we are.
Builder's wisdom to you.
I spoke with Lindsay. She said eating songbirds is just a superstition. It won't help you sing. Nonsense! Dellum shakes his head in disbelief. I know a man who swears by the practice. This has been a part of how master chanters refine their craft for ages. Yes, surely a wise woman such as herself would be familiar with the folklore and know that I speak of time-honored truths. Let me ask you this. Do sparrowhawks sing well? Well, they can shriek loudly, but I wouldn't call it melodic, and yet their favorite meal is a songbird. So if your belief is correct... You're saying I should consume a sparrowhawk! Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Dellum frowns, his posture slackens. But maybe the sparrowhawk doesn't have a soul, and that's why... He shrugs, his face blushing. You're right, this is silly. I'm just desperate for creative passion, and I'm walking the wrong path to find it. Thank you, my friend. I don't need rare songbirds, I just need to find some inspiration from within. He bows to you with a pained smile. If you'll pardon me, I should stop delaying and write a new song. Alrighty then. It's probably the best resolution I can get. Alright, given that. So. Which god do I appease? Oh, wrong button. I'm leaning toward Galawain at the moment. Because my thinking there is that even though... Well, I suspect the logic is correct that trying to return the souls that were lost to the Hollowborn wouldn't necessarily be a good idea because at this point they've likely been so detached from them at this point that it would be like, well, it would be like trying to cover up a scar. That's just not gonna happen. So, it would be incredibly difficult on everybody involved in that regard, but given that the souls have already been separated and would be difficult to reattach, Galawain's idea at least gives them a degree of meaning. It's not a matter of just casting them to the wind, as it were. And given that the Deerwood is going through all sorts of tumult right now, on account of animancy and all the rest, it's probably the most pragmatic decision that could be made right now. And I'm thinking that that's probably what's gonna ring out in the end. Or at least that's what I think would probably be the best for the Deerwood overall. At least for the, well, at least to help quell the issue that we're dealing with right now. But I suppose we'll see. I suppose we'll see. So, I suspect that it won't have too much of an impact on this game specifically, but yes. Well, I'll make a save in case chat disagrees, but I think I'm gonna go with Galawain for this one. Here we go. You don't have to promise the gods anything without making promises. You can decide which god you can support literally at the end of the game. Well, the problem there is that wasn't the whole point...
Consider and calculate.
Well, wasn't the whole point of trying to appease the gods, though, that I would need to... Well, I would get their aid when fighting against Theos? Well, although, to be fair, I am grossly overleveled. Well, let me check exactly. So let's see. Okay, so the effect seems to be... Although the question is, can I make it to... What is it? Can I make it inside of...
Hey there.
Can I make it to Theos without their help, though? I guess that's the question. See, you don't have to promise the... Alright, so let's see what you all have to... You don't have to promise the gods anything without making the promises. You can decide which god you can support literally at the end of the game. The spirits of the gods will support either way. So, okay, so I will be allowed to go in because plot controls. Okay. And then the gods wouldn't give you any special powers. If you make the promise, you have to fulfill it, or the Deerwood will get a free apocalypse, and the... And you can still make the decision once you get...
Sure.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And looking at the buffs I would get from their boon... Yeah. I think I can manage without. So I just need to... Well, actually, where's the direction to the burial isle? Am I gonna have to go back? Probably. Yep, I'm gonna have to go to one or the other. That's okay. I can just go from Old Song to the burial isle. Oh, right, because it's not some... Right, there's the boat. Okay, so... I think we're pretty much ready. This is gonna get very interesting. We're in the end game now, as it were. I'm thinking unless there's a substantial amount of side quests that somehow open up on the burial isle, I'm thinking we are in the end game now, and I'm thinking that we're going to end it today. So, let's end it. Huh? The what? Okay then. That's a thing that just happened. Here we go. The burial isle awaits. I hope I'm ready. Those are some ugly helmets. Unless those are supposed to... Well, I know those are supposed to be horns, but if they're natural horns, those are ugly. Dorval greets you with the same quiet smile. Have you finished your business here? I have not.
This place is sacred ground, so watch where you step.
Great. Yuvara.
Do you remember when we were children, and the missionaries came to tell us about the gods? They told us we could see them in the stars.
Yuvara looks off in the distance as something only she can see.
I remember when I heard that, I snuck out at night and climbed the watchtower in the old fort because I wanted to see them better. That fort burned down a few years ago when we cast the missionaries out. It was the missionaries who set fire to it. They didn't want us to be able to use it. Shame. There was history in that fort.
They'll do a lot worse if they ever return. Those missionaries are all inquisitors now. Strange to think they're the same people underneath, but I suppose you would know. This is your home as much as it is mine. Do you worry about that? I worry about you. You should be more worried about yourself. Half the guards still plot your death at night. I
miscalculated many things since this began. I'm relieved you weren't one of them. It's a good thing we didn't hang you. I always knew this path would have consequences, but I never wanted to see Kratom suffer on my behalf. I don't think I can stay here any longer. I am told the Inquisition is gathering an army, that they have sent messengers to bargain with rulers from distant lands. Kratom is not built to withstand a siege.
I'm assuming Kratom is a place instead of a person?
If war is coming, I should be doing what Theos is doing. I will need allies. Allies in a stronghold that can resist an invading army.
You can feel words formed long ago rising in your throat, like a toxic black bile. Have you thought about Oceanus?
Oceanus? They have held off many would-be invaders, and their king has no love of the Inquisition's faith. I wonder, would he listen?
Trying to remember where Oceanus falls in this. Huh. Spirits gathering around me. Now this gets interesting. Huh. Didn't expect to actually run into monsters. And I should probably turn party AI back.
More than raw! More than raw!
I stand corrected. This is not going to be tough.
I shall deal with this one.
Hey, Aloth. Hit him.
That wound is fatal.
There we go. Oh, the cat has woken up. Do you want something, buddy? He's been passively sleeping here for the last few hours, and finally you wake up right as I'm getting to the end. Okay, you probably want something if you're looking at me like that. Be right back. Come here, you. Okay, he just wanted someone to watch him eat. Unfortunately, I cannot indulge him right now, so. And I've also closed the door, so he shouldn't bother us for the rest of the evening, better or worse. You venture through a doorway into an underground tunnel. A staircase coils upward, leading to a dim passage. On the upper level, light filters through the collapsed ceiling. A wall of piled stones and rubble blocks the way ahead. You wedge your pry bar against a large stone and pull all your weight into it. Your efforts dislodge the boulder, and it rolls free with a heavy groan. Other slabs and chunks of debris begin to break away. The massive pile creaks and rumbles, threatening to loose 1,000 pounds of stone around you. As the debris tumbles down, you lunge through the narrowing gap. However, Haravias isn't fast enough and disappears behind the falling rocks. He emerges from a cloud of dust, hunched over and cradling tender ribs. Light breaks into the tunnel up ahead, growing brighter as you continue. Soon the passage ends, opening up high on the cliffside of the burial isle. Not where I expected to end up. Those look like they could be dangerous. Oh boy.
Be cautious. Be constant.
Alright. Wait long enough for my endurance to come back up. Turn party AI back on. Those statues are supposed to be Wudika's herald/boy toys for a priest to summon and yeet at people when they're pissed off. Hence the fancy horns. Well then. Oh, I remember when these guys gave me... That kind of spirit gave me a hell of a lot of trouble. I know exactly how to deal with them. With extreme prejudice! Oh, and a bunch of us are petrified, or whatever that spell effect is. As freaking expected.
Something else.
Now, what is it? Petrified? Paralyzed. Alright, now that that's done, cast this. Nice. Remember when these things used to give us trouble? Lots of trouble with them. They were obnoxious. I just realized I had my audio set way too high on Pillars of Eternity itself for the last hour. I hope I've been audible over the din of battle, because otherwise that's embarrassing.
Sure.
I am clearly a professional. I guess this is a way of getting up here. More spirits. Slowly coalescing around us. This just keeps getting interesting. Shh. Oh, this is the burial aisle. What, do I need to defeat the spirits to get all of these? Oh wait, that's just an ingredient?
I can't move!
Oh, you're fine. We've got enough ways to hurt him anyway. Oh, you're fine. Calm down.
Hey, are you blind?
Yeah?
Yes, I am blind, Allah.
Sure.
Ah, thank you. More than wrong!
Barrel Druid. Barrel Druid, what's that supposed to mean? Hey, dear, I want to see something fancy. There we go.
Now.
And then the soft mewling of the cat. Okay, so it looks like this is largely a dead end. See, the best part of the leveling system is exactly moments like this, when you can effortlessly do crap that previously was impossible for you. Satisfaction is just amazing. It's a testament for your experience and actions. Well, it's a testament to the amount of time I've thrown at this, if nothing else. Now, let's take a look-see. Huh? Standing proud and still, the Aumaua before you is smiling broadly, showing several crooked and missing teeth. Sporting the physique of a man in his prime, his worn and weathered face appears too old for the rest of him. He's dressed in an assortment of stitched hides and furs, assembled from a motley of animals. Dangling from his belt are a series of grisly scalps, braided lengths of human, Adiran, Dwarven, and Orlan hair woven around finger bones. He sizes you up with a grin, but his gaze quickly locks with Haravias, and he tilts his head as he examines the Orlan head to toe. What do they call you, little one? You smell familiar, but your name is unknown to me.
I am Heravius, child of the Fisher Crane, adept of the Hawk and Ivy, wanderer of Eretha. Too formal?
Heravius steps forward and folds his arms across his puffed-up chest. His voice is loud and triumphant, though as soon as he's done introducing himself, he takes a step back and whispers to you. The man ahead of you clears his throat. A feline rumble comes from his chest, and for a moment, his hair stands perfectly on end. Heravius? Fitting. He holds out his right hand and flexes his fingers, long black talons sprouting from under filth-encrusted fingernails. He rolls his head back and inhales deeply, sighing with a smile at some perceived scent. Needed to bring friends with you? You allow your eyes to relax until your mind is attuned to the invisible hum of souls. The Almawa projects a dizzying display of red, gold, and orange, autumn halos surrounding his massive form. Where his feet touch the ground, you see a network of roots and veins that trail from his feet and sink deep into the earth. Turning to Heravius, you see glowing roots emerge from his feet, appearing as mirror images to the tendrils radiating from Skapta. These roots of soul energy meet between the two men, and then snake deep into the earth in one twisted root. You sense that these men have distinct souls with only one shared past. The two men are a splayed fork in an otherwise unbroken line. The two of you share the same past, though you carry distinct souls. A shared past? Scott then scratches a patch of fur on his cheek. An elegant analogy. Who I was in my last life was diminished in my cycle of rebirth, squandered so that this runt could have life. Runt? Heravius's brow furrows and he clenches his fist so tightly you hear a cacophony of crackling finger joints. And it's not your soul, it's not exactly. His anger falters as he stumbles over his thoughts. Were you visited by the Autumn Stelgare? Visited? Tested. Forged. That would be the way to view it. Scott then looks at Heravius with a sneer. I previously thought it was a mark of distinction, but apparently even a half-height, half-man can manage that task. Takes away some of the glory, does it not? Half-man? Heravius glares back, his good eye twitching and his fur standing on end. That's some really tough talk coming from a man about to choke on his own blood. What do you want with Heravius? Same as he wants from me, no doubt. Completion. He exhales slowly, eyeing Heravius as his nostrils flare. Gallowayne gifted us both with the stripes of a true predator. It is our purpose to erase the weak, ensuring only the strong proliferate. He mashes his fist together with a meaty thud. We must honor our god. He looks at Heravius's eye patch and shakes his head. My god, by doing as the Hound demands. Let us determine who bears the right to be Gallowayne's harbinger. Heravius, is what you want? Heravius growls, his fur bristles for a moment, and for a moment shines with luminescent tendrils of yellow and orange. I asked to be a hunter. A regular hunter that gets invited to chase down dinner and eat its neck. I didn't ask for this. Weil has led you to this moment for you to understand, not to whinge. Heravius chuckles. A fair criticism. He runs his hand along the band of his eye patch, his fingers stopping to trace the silver embroidery of Weil that rests over his ruined eye. After a silent moment, his posture snaps to attention, and a smile comes over his face. Well, I'm glad we came. His tone is surprisingly upbeat. Gallowayne gave me a gift. My tribe doesn't agree with it. What's done is done. He looks at Scapton and scratches his chin. And if erasing this soul cousin of mine is what I must do to be greater, well, I guess that's not any kind of greatness I'm seeking. Scapton scowls, his gaze focused on Heravius. If you think you can just walk away from me, you would face both an Autumn Stelgare and those crazy enough to befriend it? Scapton studies his opposition and slumps his shoulders. I would face the Autumn Stelgare alone as Gallowayne intended it. But if his heart is not in the battle, neither is there glory for the victor. He spits a bilious wad of phlegm on the ground. Scamper away if you need to run home and find your genitals. I will be waiting. Scapton turns away from me. Heravius stops mid-stride on Scapton's last comment. My gonads? Oh, well, I last left them. Do I let him continue the thought? Do I let him finish the thought? Do I let him finish the thought? Do I let... Oh, this is tempting. I know it's gonna lead to a fight, but I kinda wanna see the reaction. Oh. Okay, you... Alright, Chad is officially Emperor Palpatine. Do it. Hey, we're in your mother. Is she still accepting clients at this hour? I'm sure I could spread her open, and Scotton leaps into action. Yeah, had a feeling. Do I regret my actions? Nah.
Need something?
Why do you go after Outlaw? Okay, you're all going to sleep. So Seth. Me. And they're all asleep.
Lava roof beyond.
Ulu.
Didn't I tell you to be... Oh, yeah, be aggressive, come on. Who cast Dominate? I thought that was the Grieving Mother for a second, but maybe it's something else I have. Baravias pants and wheezes, his one good eye locked on Scotland's corpse. Blood and sweat drip down his fur, and he rocks back and forth on the balls of his feet, as though expecting the body to stand back up. How do you feel?
Amused, I suppose. Wild showed me that Gallowayne was answering my prayers. He made me the great hunter that I wish to be. The mauling wasn't a punishment, just a very, very hard test. And I think Wild showed me just now what I will become if I let this facet of my life be all-consuming.
As your eyes relax and your vision adjusts to the hum of the invisible, you see a swirling pile of red, orange, and yellow leaves. The cyclone of foliage flies apart, and the leaves drift off into parts unknown. As Scathan's essence fades from view, you see a handful of autumn leaves circle around Haravias, as his soul glows a bolder shade of orange. Are we done here?
Yes, I've had enough of Gallowayne's tests and trials. Even if I could best every other man that wears the Autumn Stelgar mantle, what's the point? My heart isn't in the hunt like it used to be. Which is almost a shame, since I'm a pretty amazing and modest hunter. But to answer your question, yes, I'm done here. Before the vultures get to him, figured I should take a reminder.
As he starts to walk away, he abruptly whirls on his feet, muttering. He walks over to Scathan's corpse and places his hand in the dead man's mouth and tugs with all his might. Tendons and cartilage rip and tear with wet, grisly eruptions of blood, until at last the mandible is torn free. Okay then. Well then. I was not anticipating that.
Sure.
Welp.
Lava roof beyond.
Oh look, a random shade that is now dead.
Almost had it. Let me try again.
A random shade that is now dead. Oh, this looks fun. Oh, that's a lot of enemies. Put a few of them to sleep, please. And you got paralyzed. Durance, fix that. Oh, that worked pretty well, actually. Nice. Oh, it's too far out of range? Really should have seen that coming. Aim it here, then. Oh, geez, Alot's taking a few hits. Where's Lay on Hands? Can you get to him in time? that's a nice buff.
Let's have it out!
Come on, there you go. And we're good.
Sure.
There were a lot of people hanged, weren't there? There it is. Before we go in, we should rest. Here we go. Here we freaking go. A great pit lies in the shadow of the statue of Boudica. No light from the surface reaches the bottom, but even so, you catch flickers of a ghostly glow in the depths. A wind from the pit buffets you. It isn't cold, but it raises goose flesh along your arms. The wind carries a whisper, low and sibilant. Never heard it described as goose flesh. I guess that makes sense since we call them goosebumps. As you look into the pit, souls gather around you. They encase you in a cloud of essence that swirls around your body while you consider your next move. Alright guys, time's up. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins. Hang on a sec, let me adjust the audio once again. Okay. You jump, trusting the promise of the gods and the power of the souls to bear you safely down. The sudden drop takes your breath away, but the souls catch you, encasing you in a shining, thrumming aura. But while they slow your descent, you can still feel that you are falling faster than you should. The essence flowing around you is strong but chaotic. You find yourself drifting toward the wall. Mind the wall, Eleanor. That'll leave all kinds of marks. Concentrating, you focus on the essence around you and knit it together in your mind. What was a jumble of souls becomes a single entity, coordinated and purposeful. It steers you to safety in the center of the pit. You manage to spread your arms and legs into an X, steadying your position and the rate of your descent. You reach the court of the Penitence, millennia old stones safely under your feet. Act 4. I'm feeling dangerous. I'm feeling bold. I'm feeling bold. So, is there more than just Theos awaiting me down here? I don't think they would call it Act 4 if it was just a singular mission. But is there more than...
It seems like an eternity. Your rapid descent comes to an abrupt end. You remain still for a moment while your heart settles and your eyes adjust, breathing in stale, forgotten air. Before you, a narrow and eroded walkway becomes faintly visible in the dim light, cutting a winding path through a cavern so expansive it seems a world unto itself. In the distance, you can make out the cold gleam of living Audra veins that spike and fork in and out of view from the murky depths beneath. Their glow a faint and fleeting guide along the ancient trail. You look above at the opening you jumped through, now barely a speck of light like some distant star alone in the cosmos and forever out of reach. Your only way lies ahead.
You will never learn this lesson, will you?
Better than I expected.
I think that statue of Boudica was watching us soil ourselves on the way down.
Everyone all right? No shattered knees? Good. Just me, then.
Well, we didn't land on any of those spikes, so that's good. You will never learn this lesson, will you? Yep. Pretty sure I already said that, but yes, I will never. Oh. Can we get rid of that? No. Walk around.
Hey there.
Or it'll do nothing, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Margaren's Fire Castle.
A millennium's worth of dust fills in the cracks and crevices of this skeletal relief.
Light in dark places.
So there is some combat to be had then, huh?
Show them how it's done!
Alright.
Show them how it's done!
They're just specters, so don't bother with your spells. We may need them for later.
Yeah?
Okay, you know what? Yeah, I may as well let Olof have a little bit of fun. Especially if he's gonna be double teamed like this. Audra Animat. Actually, that might be a little more dangerous. Yeah, get out your stick and start hitting. Man, they really like stunning Durance, don't they?
What?
Okay, all these guys just like stunning me out. Alright, I'll swarm the specters.
Alright then.
Down they go. As Durance takes an unholy amount of damage.
Sure.
Alright, a little bit of endurance lost on some of our members, but otherwise...
You should see this. Yeah?
Are these lightning traps intended to hurt us? Also, I'm gonna regret not having more than one camping supply, aren't I? Oh, that looks disgusting.
Yeah? That looks like it hurt. That looks like it hurt.
Why aren't you guys doing things? Come on, get in there.
Okay.
That seemed to do something.
Yeah? Die already!
Lay on hands. Starting to think I shouldn't have pigeonholed myself like that.
Sure.
There we go.
Sure.
Once again, Endurance takes a few more hits than he should, but that's okay. The pillar tugs at your essence. A pulse from the world itself moves through. I think I'm gonna turn Party AI back on. Just to move through a little more quickly. Oh geez, these look like they could actually hurt. Hey Aloth, does your sleep spell work? Okay then. Given that, I guess we'll just focus on hurting him. Get closer and cast this. There we go. Much more expediently dealt with. Wait, did that just restore my health?
Yes? I'll see what I can do.
Hey there.
The work of a moment.
I don't like this. Is he here? Oh. A column of Audra rises above you, stoic and silent, its ridged layers a measuring stick for the passing of ages. It feels to you as a thick block of ice, and you perceive buried deep in its core a dim, flickering flame, all but extinguished, yet preserved against the ravages of the elements. As you approach, the flame seems to steady and draw strength, and the layers separating it from you melt away, and you are bathed in its glow, a bright beacon in the gloom. The glow seems to fade, as though you had adjusted to its intensity, and where it was, Yovara seeps into existence, an idyllic shade hovering above the moist prison floor. Though ageless, she appears somehow different to you now. A slight stoop to her carriage, perhaps, or a trace of sunkenness in her eyes. There's a broad scar across her face, fibrous and wormy where flames once lapped, unhealed even in death. So this is a specter and not a memory.
So my love returns to me at long last. You are so different now from who you were then, yet much remains the same. Old troubles with a new face. What is it that has brought you here?
It would seem that I have unfinished business here.
I'd hoped after our last discussion you would find what you sought. Has it eluded you all this time? I can only guess your presence here has something to do with Theos. The energy of this place changes when he is near. I don't know what he has done, but I do know of the souls that pass through here now. They do not come by choice.
Theos diverted them from the cycle. He seeks to empower Wutica, and to blame Animancy for the damage he's caused.
After all this time, he would still stand against the tide.
You knew me when Theos did. There's something I need to know about that time.
I will tell you what I remember.
There's something about that lifetime my soul can't let go of. I need to know what it is, and I'm running out of time. I see moments from that life. Of you, of the Inquisition, of Theos.
I can see his influence, still hanging like a weight about your neck. So it always was. He had inspired something in you. We spoke of him the last time you were here also. It was just after the trial. You were agitated. I think because you started to consider that what I was teaching may have been true.
And what was that? Yovara's mouth tightens, and her brow furrows, a look of pity. Her eyes shift back and forth between each of yours, as if looking for something that would help her decide whether to speak.
That the gods aren't real.
Palagina throws her head back and laughs gleefully. Ha 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 ha! Of course not! It all makes sense now!
I dreaded the idea from the moment the Delimgon suggested it. And yet, it almost feels like a relief. She's not serious.
Perhaps not to her. Many are those whom the gods have scorned. This is petty retribution.
Nonsense! Clearly she has not been on the receiving end of a god's ire. She'd know how real the gods can be.
Aravias yelps, his face turning red just as soon as the exclamation escapes him.
What I taught was that the gods whose faith we had been spreading were not gods at all, but something else entirely. Something created by people.
Who created these gods? And for what?
They were conceived by Engwith, a society of high minds and broad concerns. Theos' people. In their time, every people worshipped its own gods. Sometimes they warred over it. After a few wars of their own, the Engwithans sought an end to it. They devoted all their energy to finding the true creators. Generation after generation, they prodded and worked the stitching of the world and unlocked its secrets. One day, they found an answer. Except the answer was no answer at all. There were no gods to be found. Or if there ever were, they were gone.
And where would they have gone? I don't know, this doesn't line up. Something's not right here.
It shook them, this finding. If they could discover this on their own, how long until others would? How long before war and chaos reigned over a world without consequence? But they had mastered many things in their pursuit of these answers. And with their mastery, they crafted their own gods to fill the void, and sent missionaries to the corners of the world to spread their faith.
This is why you started your own faith?
I never thought of it as faith, but I think you are right to call it that. Let the world see. Let them decide what to do. That was my faith. I became a missionary because the gods brought me hope that I wanted to bring to others. For a time, the truth sent me to a dark place. Then the day came when I realized nothing had changed, that I still had a purpose, and the purpose was the same and it was worth living for. I began questioning the other missionaries in public, exposing their parlor tricks. In time, their following became mine.
How did you discover this?
The Engwithan missionaries all knew it, but they never told the rest of us. They meant it to be a secret that died with them. And in the end, they allowed their bloodlines to fade from memory. I had been assigned to join a few of them at a temple. I found the door to their chambers closed, but the room was stone and the door thin. Their voices carried. I heard enough. I investigated the things they spoke of, and everything was there, just as they said it'd be.
Later on, after I left the Order, a few Engwithans found my words persuasive and joined my cause. They revealed what I did not already know. So we're going as far back as the Engwithan times, so that's when Theos came from. Is it true, what you taught?
You asked me this once before. Nothing I can say would be any proof, and it may be certainty your soul craves. Resolution. But if you are bound for the same place Theos directs these souls, you will see for yourself, as you once did. Everyone faces this truth at one time or another. Few confront it, few have the stomach to ask what if. And in avoiding the question, they deny themselves an identity of their own.
Yovara scans her audience in silence, her eyes thoughtful, lingering on each member of your company in turn, finding interest in things unseen.
What if all the tragedy, all the persecution, came in defense of an imposter?
That's not... That can't be right. Aethys, he's done miracles for people.
The power of the gods is undeniable. The truth of the story they weave is not. What if it were forbidden knowledge rather than fault that earned your doom? What of your guilt?
I have seen with my own eyes the deceptions of my goddess. The Watcher has shown me as much. But it was not until now that I understood how truly desperate she was. The depths of her deception.
You speak of her deceptions, but what of your own? Was it her words that led you down your path? Or was it the absence of her words? A gap that you filled with your own broken thoughts.
Beads of sweat coalesce on Durance's forehead and trickle down the sides of his face in streaming rivulets, as though he were a block of ice standing before a great pyre.
What if you had always been alone, without guidance?
Well, as poorly as I've chosen my guides, I suppose it would be a comfort to know that I'm free of them.
The freedom has always been. It was the guidance that was the illusion. What if neither guide knew the way? How then would you choose a course?
Weil teaches us that the gods cannot give you lasting wisdom. They can only inspire you to find wisdom in your own time.
Aravias looks at her, his smile rising as he scratches his chin.
What if even mastery over all things cannot answer the most basic of questions?
I stopped asking those questions long ago. It is enough to care for those we love with the time we have in this life.
You feel the weight of Yovara's translucent eyes upon your soul. What if we can be assured of nothing? Then all we can do is endure. Doesn't seem like they give us much choice in the matter.
The wheel would seem to grant us little choice in the matter. Yet surely we are capable of more than mere endurance. Surely when the truth is laid bare to all, this suffering can truly be overcome.
So here's the question then. If they couldn't find... What do they mean by finding gods, though? For all the Inquithans know, they simply didn't want to be found. I mean, how do you... I guess that's the problem when we're talking about faith and religion, is that we're talking about something that is by nature immaterial. So, I'm very curious to see how it'll work within the context of this world specifically.
I ask these things not to trouble you, but to show why they must be confronted. No answer is simple, but somewhere between them all lies a truth so beautiful, not even a god could conceive it. Do we not owe ourselves a chance to find our part in it?
The truth will set you free. So we do. Even without assurances, there is still truth.
If that is truly what you believe, then you are a far different person than the one I knew. I've been alone here with my thoughts for so long now. I've found peace with my failures, and with my punishment. I no longer curse fate for what might have been. But there is one thing that has clawed and scraped at my mind all these years. One thing that will not be put to rest until I know. Until I understand.
For the first time, hints of doubt trace her serene visage.
I need to know why you chose to remain with the Inquisition, even after you'd learned the truth. Do you remember?
As she asks, the memory springs to your mind immediately, as though it had just happened. I don't know what kind of difference it would make. I'm not sure how to answer this one. You'd learn the truth. I resented you.
I think maybe I suspected. I just didn't want to believe it. Not from you. When you showed up at my camp that day, I thought it would be like it had been before. I was careless. If you resented me then, I bear the blame. Good. Good. The things I taught, the things I believed, I needed to hear that. I needed to know it wasn't because...
Because I thought Theos was right? I needed to know it wasn't because, after everything you'd learn, you'd still rather believe in a lie. If that is the conclusion people reach once they know everything, then my purpose has been a mistake. Did my opinion matter so much to you?
Of all that I loved you for, it was your righteousness most of all. You had heard both sides, seen everything. If not you, then who?
You're never going to be able to convince anyone of anything, truth or not. There will always be dissent.
I expected dissent. But I needed to know that true faith would prevail. Perhaps I've been wrong to place so much importance on one person's actions. It was all I could do to feel like there was an answer. Even knowing what you've told me, some part of me knows it doesn't truly answer what I wished to know, nor will an eternity of silent contemplation. I will have only my guesses and suspicions, and that will have to do. And what of your understanding of our past? Are you at ease with the choice you made?
Well, given all the hell Theos has put me through, I see the world differently now than I once did. I regret what I did to you and wish your forgiveness.
I have always forgiven you. Though I didn't know your reason, I knew you. I knew we had had something wonderful once. Looking back at that has helped me through these many years. At first I thought this might be the source of your soul's anguish. But now I see I was mistaken. You are not divided on this matter. You have put it behind you. It is with Theos that your agony lies, in sun and shadow. Your questions are not for me, but for him. And it may be that only an answer from the mouth of Theos himself will satisfy your needs. Yet if there is anything I can tell you that would be of use, ask and you shall know.
Are you bound here until the end of time?
In a matter of speaking. This is Braeth Yamen, the court of the Penitence. Souls are confined here until they repent. They must beg the forgiveness of a god, pledge their soul to them, and they will be lifted from this place to the world above. In truth, they receive leniency, but not true mercy. The spite of Woodica is eternal. They linger above, at the side of the old court, and are not permitted to leave the island, forever severed from the cycle. This prison was full once in the days of the Inquisition, but time weathers all things, even will. I'm the only tenant who remains. Yet, I feel their presence strongly now, as it was in the beginning. You have brought many of them here. They cry out for the judgment of Theos. You have struck some bargain with the gods, then.
The other gods aid me because they want Theos destroyed. I owe them no debt.
They aid you because they would bend you to their own purposes. Engwith built gods from ideals, and an ideal on its own is a grotesque and vicious thing. But these souls, These forgiven the gods have bequeathed you like chattel. They were loyal followers in life. They will be with you to the very end.
See, I think the problem with Yovar is that she perceives divinity by power. For her, gods must be creators, and otherwise they are only constructs like hammers or swords. Theos thinks that if gods sustain order in the world in the long run, they are worthy of divine status. Huh. Well, I suppose I'll have to ask Theos himself once I get to that. Why don't you repent? You could be free of this place.
Last time someone asked me that, I was bound to an iron wheel with a broken spine. There are many things I've come to doubt about the choices I made in life, but that trial was my one moment of certainty. Even without a chorus of gods to tell me I had been right. The gods need to be reminded that we have a spirit, and that spirit is proof against their power. They have the power to manipulate and confuse and ruin us, but not to change our will. I will remain here until the world crumbles and fades from existence, with joy in my heart, knowing I've shown them what they truly are.
This place, Sun and Shadow. What is it? I could tell you what I believe, but again, it would be no proof. I have only what I have seen, and what others have told me about it. There is only one man who can tell you now, who knows it to a certainty, and you shall face him soon enough. I will leave you to see it for yourself, make your own judgments. Better for your soul that way, I think. How is it you speak Adiran? I speak no language now but the wordless expressions of the spirit. It is through my connection to you that I am able to draw upon your words and form them as my own. Do you know what it is I need from Theos?
I could not say for sure. But you have been to Sun and Shadow before, and it came at a crossroads in your life, when much of what you knew had been upended. I have to believe it will come to you there. Your concerns then were of loyalty and trust and the gods. Everything I told you seemed to send you further into doubt. His words mattered to you when you knew him then. After you and I spoke, you went immediately to seek him out. Perhaps you simply sought confirmation from the man you trusted. If something from that time still troubles you, it may be something he told you then, or refused to tell you. He keeps secrets better than any in this world.
Why has Theos done all this?
He cares only for the secret he keeps locked away. He destroys anyone who might discover it, no matter their chances. That's why he's always favored Woodica. It isn't in her love of promises or justice. It's her disregard for the rules. Her willingness to do what is necessary. To Theos, she's not a deity, but an ally with which to conspire. When her power waxes, she does as she pleases with this realm, as well as hers. And she wants that secret guarded as much as he. If Theos succeeds, there will be a shift in the balance of power among the gods. Woodica was vanquished once, when the other gods decided she had gone too far, and her power diminished. With this infusion, there is no telling what she will do. The only certainty is that there will be chaos in their realm, as well as ours.
How can I get Theos to tell me what I need to know?
You will not find a more resolute being on all of Eora. There is no offer you could make, nor spell you could cast, nor pain you could inflict that would make him reveal what he hides. But I see you have become a watcher in this life. Perhaps in defeat, when he can no longer defend himself, you might learn something from him.
Oh, going back to chat's comment. Frankly, he is right about this. Beings should be judged by their actions, not just as a thing like origins or power. Problem is, we know from the events of the game that the Ingwithan gods are selfish, and the world isn't free from wars, prejudice, sacrifices, and murder with them. Like, you literally stopped a crisis that could easily escalate into worldwide genocide by the eyeless. Yeah, there's... Well... You wonder about the fact that there's a pantheon of gods. They would eventually forget their... Well, they would forget themselves, I suspect. They would get focused on their own squabbles too easily and forget that, hey, we aren't all immortal. So, it doesn't surprise me that crap like that happens every once in a while. It's time for me to go.
Theos will not wait for you. If you do not catch up to him now, you may never find him again.
The gods have given me the soul, so they're forgiven. If you repent, you could join with them. Help me strike the final blow against Theos.
If I repent, all I have done has meant nothing.
Then I will waste no more time. Farewell, Yavara.
I am grateful you came and found me here, no matter the circumstances. You're not exactly who you once were, I have to remind myself. But seeing you one last time, and remembering what we shared, brief as it was better than anything I dared hope for in this place. If ever we should meet again, in this life or any other, I hope to find you at peace.
So it is. Alright. I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose the camping I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose the camping bonus from Cadnua, but I need my spells more than I need the Cadnua bonus. Oh hey, I didn't lose it. Although... ah, hell. Where's the way forward, then? Did I camp prematurely? I think I did. Crap, do I have to go through that whole shebang again? I think I do. Yes, I do. Probably a mistake to do that. Okay. So where's the... okay, it's down that way. And it looks like I made a mistake. Ah, well. So I am going the correct way. Well, okay, I can cycle through this again pretty quickly, though. And make sure that...
So you are so different now from I'd hoped. I can only guess. After all, I will tell you. I can see it was just after that the...
she's... none!
What I taught was that the gods whose fate they were it shook them. I became him. The end. You ask everyone. What if
that's
the what if you what the
Wild teaches us that the gods cannot give you
Shut
lasting
up,
wisdom. They can only inspire you to find wisdom in your own time.
Not to trouble you, but to show why they must be confronted. That is, I need to know why you chose to remain. Good. The thing of all you had heard both sides. I expected, even know. And what of your understand? At first I thought this might be the sword. Yet if there is anything I can, in a matter of this prison was full once in the day they ate, but these souls, the gods need. I could not. His words mattered. He cares only. That's why. If Theos, you will not find. Theos will not wait for you. If I repent, I am. If ever.
Alrighty. Make sure we don't have any more combat. Oh!
So, it's true. The gods are a sham that people have followed for thousands of years. We've been lied to. Our whole lives, and many lives before that. And it's led us to put our faith in a pantheon of gods that never deserved it in the first place.
Theos is wrong. Most people are fundamentally decent. Knowing the truth can only make them better.
You're right. People will be better off finding direction on their own than following this farce. Besides, the gods haven't exactly done much to prevent us from slaughtering each other.
If anything, they've only given us more pretenses for doing so.
We'd find other pretenses, to be fair.
Seems like that's all they've been doing of late. I've also been thinking, there won't be much left of Theos by the time you're done with him, if I know how you operate. That will leave the leaden key headless. Perhaps it's best it stays that way.
I agree.
Then let's face Theos. When this is all over, I'll make sure that no one is able to commit his abuses again. Well, doesn't that just beat all? Here I was, wondering all this time whether all these terrible things were people's fault or the gods. Turns out they might be the same thing. Wonder how things would have gone different 15 years ago if the Raid Sarens had been told their god was made in some forge or kiln someplace. Would we still have gone to war?
People were starving. They'd have rebelled sooner or later.
I could see the rebellion still happening, but I don't know that they would have invaded.
He looks down at the ground, drumming his fingers against his side restlessly. When he speaks again, it seems half to himself.
I don't know. When Woden left for war, we, had a fight. As brothers will.
What about?
About him going off to war. He was set on it. My parents warned him. They said you get a new country with every trip across the border, but your god, you only get the one. Me? I didn't know who was right. All I knew was I didn't want him to go. It's the same for families as it is for gods. You only get the one. I said every vicious thing I could think of, trying to change his mind. He brushed it off. Just got me madder, of course, him being so calm. He said I should come with him, but he'd understand if I didn't want to. I told him he'd better be able to face his god one day and answer for what he'd done. He said he'd keep that in mind. And then, he was gone. By the time I'd cooled off, months had passed. One morning it dawns on me that my brother always knew better than me. If he was so sure of what he was doing, then I should be there with him. I packed my things and was on the road that same morning. Of course, what I didn't know then was he'd already changed his mind. By that time, he was dead on that field.
So if you'd left with... Actually, you think he went to Widewind because of what you'd said to him?
Crossed my mind. You live in a place like Gilded Vale. You don't have a whole lot else to do other than think about things you don't want to think about. I hope that wasn't it. I hope he went there because it's what he thought was right. But it seems I'm not meant to know.
So if you'd left with him, you'd have known why he changed his mind.
If I'd have left with him, we'd both be dead, so... I don't know why I bother thinking about it.
Fair enough.
I found my own way in the end, and it wasn't my brother's, and it wasn't my god's. I don't know if it was right. But I couldn't abide what Widewind was doing to his own. God or not. I don't regret it. Whether Widewind was Aothis, well, it hardly seems to matter after what we just heard. And all these questions I've been trying to figure out. I think I just miss my brother.
He smiles faintly, and when he breathes, the air seems to flow more freely through his lungs.
Still one more mess we gotta straighten out. Come on then. I still owe you one.
Really is coming down to this, isn't it? Alright. We rest, and we march. Alrighty. Here we go.
Sure.
I can't see much, but I hear a noise like a pig choking on wet feed. So, I guess Durance is breathing at least.
More sacrifices. Oh boy. And at least Adair can still laugh at something. Walk of Souls, huh? Oh, this looks like it's gonna be so much fun. Oh wait, the souls who came with me.
Full of surprises, aren't you?
Incredible! I knew the builders could work wonders, but this is amazing!
We light our own path now, Watcher.
Can you do that again? I had something in my eye. Missed most of it.
Adair, you are wonderful. Looks like we can't follow the straight road. Is there any point hiding at this point? I don't see any.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
I'm just gonna keep hitting quick save so that I don't have to retread too much. Alright. Oh, and there's more fighting. Okay, good to know. Doesn't look like they'll be too difficult, though.
How bad?
That didn't work! Need to try something else!
Equip the spear, then. That should work. Alright. Nothing too deleterious. Whoa, a worm skeleton? Weird that that's not working. Maybe it'll do something once I've selected this. Alright. I don't think it would be a stretch for the divine beings to be born through collective belief of the people inhabiting the world, like in some D&D settings or Warhammer. It's an interesting thought. I'll have to mull over that. Okay, that's a lot of... That's some peoples. Okay, turn party AI back on. We're gonna need to deal with this. If they're throwing drakes at us, we're gonna need our wits about us.
So that's how it's gonna go?
Yes. Why did they all converge on Harabias of all people? There we go. There we go.
Hey there.
Alrighty. More shades
Sure.
down. Chalky bits of bone break away between your fingers. Wait, Isle? The shadows in the cavern suddenly lengthen and swallow you. When your eyes adjust to the darkness, you find yourself in the midst of what must be another vision. You are surrounded by mists. The ground feels springy under your feet. You imagine that as soon as you take a step, the soil behind you will erase all trace of your passage. As if on cue, the mist before you clear just enough for you to take a couple steps forward. You do, and the fog closes behind you. You continue for several minutes in this manner, one step at a time, never seeing more than the ground right in front of you. Eventually, rays of light cut through the haze, and you find yourself facing a canyon wall. Durance's head twitches, as though a mosquito had flown into his ear. He swings haphazardly at the air with his staff. Something whizzes past you. Just as you turn, you catch another whir of movement. Out of the mist flurs a shape, small and round. You think you see another, and another. They tickle the corner of your vision. You turn back in the canyon wall. The sun shifts along its path, and what looked like a smooth rock face into the hollow of a cave. A figure steps out, its features shifting and changing before your eyes.
Can it? It has to be. Wow! But I never thought he'd reveal himself in person.
Aravia
incredible. Even his form is fickle and unknowable. Amazing.
Aravia squeals with delight. Its face turns flush and his good eye widens with delight. His jaw drops open and his words become slurred, whispered ramblings. The figure transforms from male to female, from Orlin to Almawa, its bones lengthening and its fur receding into its flesh. The only detail that remains consistent is the smooth, eyeless face. The whizzing, rushing shapes from the mist converge on the figure, and as they form a spinning cloud, you realize that they are eyes.
You understand the value of a mystery watcher. A buried scroll, a hidden truth. These are my ways. You unravel a thread, Watcher. One you have lost and discovered over generations. And following it to its end has only brought you back to the beginning.
The eyes track you even as they circle the god. Have I been here before? Wild giggles, a strangely modulated sound that rises and falls as the god shifts from one form to the next. Your search for answers to your past has led you to another mystery, and one grander still. My goal now is, let's see. I'm here to stop Boudica from tipping the balance of power, which means that you must scatter the very thing she seeks.
A nebula of souls, blind and brimming with potential. The answer to Boudica's question and the beginning of yours. What would you do with them?
Changing from elf to folk, Wild raises its darkening hand to the swarm of eyes. Thunderclouds form overhead, casting shadows of movement across the canyon. I learned from Gallowayne, Mogren, and Abaddon that I can use them to fortify other souls in the Deerwood.
A mightier quarry for a more glorious battle. Yet the hunter takes the rack of antlers and the string of fangs for the memory of hunting the beast, tracking it through the wilds and grappling with it at last. Even the gods require fresh mysteries.
The cloud breaks and the torrent of rain washes Wild's features clean. His blank face molds itself again, taking on the shape of something you've never seen before. Do not consign the souls to the fate of some god's choosing. You have found them. Now scatter them across existence, their destination known to neither god nor mortal. Let them be lost again, new answers to new riddles. Behind him, the sudden downpours carve new caves into the canyon. You say I shouldn't let a god decide their fate, but it seems you're asking me to do just that.
In a way. But something must be done, and hurling them from the machinery of other schemes is the truest course of action.
What end would that serve?
No end, Watcher. That is the purpose.
But what would happen to their souls?
None know. They could end up anywhere in the realms of gods or mortals, whole or divided. Discovering them again and charting their course through the ether will be a new mystery.
Now I know why you said not to align with any one party, chat.
That is a word for endings, and this is but a crossroads. Even I do not know what you would choose.
The shifting faces laugh. Shadows from the new caves melt and spread across the landscape, covering you in darkness. When the light returns, the vision is gone. How many people are gonna want to have words with me before we reach the end? A lone segment of the bridge rises over the ruins. It looks stable enough, but the wide gap leaves little room for error. And of course, Arabius fails. Well, it's not like we can get over there anyway. And it's not like he can get further messed up at this point. Oh wait, there's something I forgot to click. I wonder what all these items are supposed to be for. I don't know, let's go into crafting room. Although to be fair, it's not like I've been using them. No matter. There are also the enchantments that I can put on things. Well, I can always mess with that later if I desperately need it. So, next trial. And as expected, more combat. Another Drake. This one looks bigger than the last. Sweep him. Lavaru, be on. Show him how it's done. Okay, so a couple of you can keep going after that shade.
That looks like it hurt.
As always, Weil is the best god, says you. He has... Let's see. Other gods want you to do their dirty work, like killing centuries to millennia-old mad druids, while Weil needs you only to bury a scroll. To be fair. Why is there a door?
Sure.
Theos isn't behind that door, right? What's in here? I'm assuming we want to loop all the way around until we... Wait, unless that's the way forward. Well, I have the quick save, so I can afford to meander. Because there are pathways down that way. Doesn't seem like there's anything useful this way, so I suspect that's the way forward. So clearly we need to go literally everywhere else first. Horngwith and Shades. And lots of them. How? I don't think we've got enough lightning yet. I really don't think we've got enough lightning yet.
That's not what I meant by trying others.
Let's see what lies this way. Although there's probably something I'm missing if I don't sneak along, but don't care at this point. Well, as far as loot's concerned, I'm not too worried. Okay, we're not going that way. Okay, I think this is the way forward then. I picked up some more camping supplies at least, so let's go again. Alright. I don't have the Cadnua bonus, but... almost there. Oh wow, it's late for me. Well, I don't have to be up super early in the morning, but oh, this is gonna hurt if I can't get up early enough. We're here. Are you ready to...
Ready to take the oath, to spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen.
Alright, this is starting to get interesting. Oh, also, you didn't finish your comments about beliefs in the gods. Separated into 3 parts and it's before the wild con. Alright, let me take a look real quick. Alright, let me... Okay, I'll just start from up here. I think the problem with Yovar is that she perceives divinity by power. For her, gods must be creators, and otherwise they're only constructs, like hammers or swords. Theos thinks that if gods sustain order in the world in the long run, they're worthy of divine status. Frankly, he's right about that. Beings should be judged by their actions, not such things like origin or power. The problem is, we know from the events of the game that Ingwithan gods are selfish, and the world isn't free from wars, prejudice, sacrifices, and murders with them. Like, you literally stop a crisis that could easily escalate into worldwide genocide by the Islas. That's his own belief and faith, not the gods or any other outside power. So I don't think it would be a stretch for the divine beings to be born through collective belief of the people inhabiting this world, like in some D&D settings or Warhammer. It's a very real possibility that it is just collective belief at this point. But what has me curious, though, is would the Ingwithans have had enough power to actually create the beings that we see operate? I think that would be an interesting question to ask. If so, that raises even more questions, because honestly, I think that I'm not sure how you would realistically... I don't know if they could realistically exist otherwise, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that before putting out the review.
I am trusting you to remain loyal to the gods in this.
I'm gonna have a very long spoiler section.
You will have greater powers than me to answer to, but you will answer to me as well. I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
I'm sure. All right. Here we go. Still can't go over yet?
This is a missionary, same as I was. Taught the wrong things as I was. Oceanus. They have held off many would-be invaders.
You are ready to give a confession?
I am ready to hear one from you.
Repeating everything we've heard over the course of the last few sessions. And now we reach the absolute. Let it begin. Let it begin. You've come to a circular room, grand and domed. Its walls lined with Audra and trimmed with copper. At the far end, a great pillar of Audra pierces the floor from below, like a ragged spike, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they are all questions. At the base of the pillar stands Theos, a look of concern on his face as he notes your approach. You have something you want to ask him. One question above all others, spinning madly in your mind, but you don't dare ask it yet. You need some admission from him first, some hint of the veracity of your suspicions.
You are far from your post, Inquisitor. What brings you here?
Your mind races, weighing different angles of approach, your emotions barely in check. All these statues, who are they of?
They are monuments to Woodica's greatest servants among my people. I hope to join them myself one day, but my work is not yet complete.
That machine behind you, what does it do?
It has many uses, but its purpose is to bring structure to the chaos that surrounds it.
What is this place?
We are in a sanctum holy to Woodica. There are others like it in service to the other gods. I come here often to pray for her counsel, and in this space I may be assured that she hears me.
Was the entire Inquisition based on a lie?
The Inquisition was based on the need to cut the flesh from a rotting wound.
Was Yovara telling the truth?
That woman sought only to destroy the foundations of peace and civility that my people sacrificed everything to build.
You are shaking now, having lost all patience for tact. No more evasions. You have to know. Everything you believed, everything you have done for the gods. Did you lie to me when you said the gods could end suffering? Theos says nothing. Are there no gods?
What is a god? A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked? Something men can turn to in their darkest moments when their days seem only like bridges from one tragedy to the next. Our gods are all these things.
Theos' face remains a mask of impassivity. With Theos' every word, you find yourself losing control of a boiling cauldron of rage and doubt and fear and hopelessness, until you can take it no more. Are there no gods?
We are in a sacred place within earshot of the gods themselves. This is not the time. You've been through much these past few months. You will return home and you will rest. When you feel you have recovered, you may rejoin us at the trials. The Inquisition is far from over, and I will have need of you.
Thanks for reading my comments. As I already said, I think that in this setting people can literally just warp reality by believing in something, then countless divine beings should exist before and within gods. And the fact that they don't exist is just stupid. Honest, in your opinion, a massive plot hole. Well, is that the reason, though? Well, here's a curious one. Although, I'm gonna have to mull over these questions a lot over the next few months. I'm gonna be revisiting this for a while, aren't I?
There are many who continue to spread the lies of the apostate. The Inquisition will not end until we have pronounced judgment on all of them.
His eyes linger on you, and there is no mistaking the threat behind it, and your rage shrinks at the image of an iron wheel in your mind, monolithic and caked with the dried blood of thousands. You do not ask your question again. And there he is, in the flesh.
How did you find it?
I didn't. It was Lady Webb.
Another in a string of acts of petty defiance. For all her knowledge, she always preferred spite over reason.
It was reason that guided her hand in this.
Then she should have obeyed. I ask one thing of all my followers. She was incapable. A waste of rare talent and intellect.
Blind obedience is a lot to ask of someone with a mind of their own.
What of your cohorts, then? They have followed you to their deaths. Is it loyalty that brings them here? Or is it, as my agents suggest, that they have no direction of their own? You worshipped Aethys, did you not?
Your spies are good. What gave me away? The cape?
Yet when your god needed you the most, you chose your country.
Adair frowns, irritated.
We were being invaded. Not by anyone who was acting like a god.
Then I should think your hometown gave you a hero's welcome when you returned.
They made cake. Hard to blame people for losing faith when it's the gods who are misbehaving.
The gods argue over how best to prevent Kith society from destroying itself. These disruptions would not be necessary were mortal instinct not so diseased. What of you, Orlan? My agents tell me you are far from home, both in distance and in years. Have your friends proven a worthy distraction from the pain of ostracism?
Ostracism? Is that the name for the groin rash your mother gave me? Don't fool yourself, old man. You know nothing about me.
Oh geez, Horavias, does everything involve the other person's mother? Are you a Call of Duty player?
Enlighten me then. Is it Gallowayne you serve, or is it WoW?
I give both gods their due service, but I am servant to neither.
But such difficulty on the way. If you had only accepted that perhaps you were fit to serve neither god, just as you were unfit to serve your tribe, you might have saved yourself the trouble.
Oh, I'm definitely coming in here with the rest of the party. This dialogue is fascinating. I'm gonna have to play small bits on my own just to see all this cool stuff.
My tribe was unfit to serve me. And yes, I'm not fit to serve any god. I need only serve myself. Can you claim that, Theos? Are you your own master, or are you just Woodika's wet nurse?
I serve all people, better than they will ever know. Better to live a competent servant than an incompetent master.
Durin stares at Theos with a beast snarl. Theos watches him calmly.
You built a weapon that delivered exactly as promised.
As always, Horavias destroys everyone with facts and logic. Sure, let's go with that. He certainly is passionate, I'll give him that. I should have had him around for a hell of a lot more. Man, should I? If only I had time to replay this before reviewing it. Maybe I'll just go back and replay small chunks and see if I can get any unique dialogue. Maybe watch a couple playthroughs. It's gonna take me... Is this gonna turn into the KOTOR review where I'm just gonna overanalyze it to death and make a 5-hour video on it? Because that's what's happening to KOTOR right now, and I don't know if I can do it for a Pillars of Eternity as well. I might have to scale back a little bit.
I served my goddess as you did yours.
Yet the other builders were slain, 11 of a dozen. Why not you? Were you somehow different? Redeemable in your god's sight?
Whatever desire I had to be redeemed in her eyes was weakness, purged by the Watcher's sight.
Or was it merely that your goddess wanted you dead as well, and your delusions of importance prevented you from seeing the obvious?
A whore's beguiling charms, nothing more. But the spell's broke now, Theos. The trial's over. I know friend from foe, and I've come here now to see a foe repaid.
You were able to destroy a god because another god wished it. Without her hand to guide you, you could not strike at a god any more than you could strike the sky. You are impotent, and not just from the pox. I understand your Duke's bells gave you a mission.
Theos' sudden attention causes Palagina's feathers to ruffle.
Their orders do not absolve me of my greater responsibility to the safety and well-being of the Republics.
You might want to skip over this one, Theos. Don't want to pick a fight you can't win.
Yet you disobeyed. Something you already have a reputation for. They will know, of course. If it had been for a worthy cause, they might have forgiven you. But I don't see them pursuing animancy after seeing what it's done here. They trusted you, and you disappointed, as you always have. And you will again be disowned.
The parents scold, but the children are safe. Whether animancy research continues in the Republics or not, they will survive. For now, that's enough.
Audio balance, can you do it?
In any case, I wouldn't be so smug about my fate, Theos. I imagine Woodika responds to disappointment much more severely than even my dukes.
State your name and purpose, young acolyte.
At the sound of Allah, Theos' mouth twitches derisively. Oh.
My name belonged to the gods and my hand to their service. No more.
You serve none but yourself. Without contact with your order, you can have no higher purpose. Only the base concerns of the flesh. You have cast yourself from our ranks.
And I should have done it years before. I'd rather live in uncertainty than servitude.
And that uncertainty would lead you where it leads everyone. To doubt, to emptiness, to the many cruelties inspired by disbelief. You will have to forgive your Grandmaster for remaining skeptical of his initiate's choices. You are here because you are lost. The gods cannot reach everyone, I'm afraid. May you fare better in your next lives.
He directs his gaze at you.
I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you shadow my footsteps like some stray mongrel? You think I have something to offer you, but our business was concluded long ago.
What do you know of our business?
You think your abilities only flow in one direction. That isn't how it works, I'm afraid. Not for me. For all that you saw of my soul in the sanitarium, I saw as much of yours.
I lived my life by the lies you told. You owe me the truth.
I answered your questions once. That your soul is not fit to accept the answers is of little concern to me. I lied to no one. Not to you, not to anyone. The gods are real. They are everything we need them to be, and the world is better for it.
You convinced me once that spreading your false faith would end atrocities, yet here you are committing your own.
The spread of our faith ended many such atrocities. I do what I must to ensure it continues to do so. The heart of this country has skipped a beat, nothing more. I have done far worse. I plunged the peaceful kingdom of Telosus into civil war. I slew the monarch of Desantio, whose people never knew hardship under his rule, and replaced him with a cruel despot who brought them to ruin. When plague arrived at the great city of Arborensis, I saw to it that the cure did not. They piled their dead outside the city in heaps that rose above their walls.
This is supposed to diminish the damage you've done here?
It is to show the proper perspective. There was a time, back when your soul was still a shapeless mist, when the world believed only in false gods. Thousands of them. Gods that told them to take slaves. Gods that told them to make war upon their neighbors and devour the slain. Gods that told them to burn their children alive and cover themselves in the ashes as a sign of their faith. But all that changed when they learned of the true gods. Our gods. All those misshapen, bestial instincts melted beneath the radiance of our god's majesty. You could see it in their eyes. That dull emptiness replaced with the glimmer of a kindled spark.
Teaching them there were no gods would have achieved the same purpose.
And replaced it with one far worse. Have you imagined this existence? The one the apostate would have created. We are not all so virtuous as she. Without our gods, the most wicked, the most tyrannical, they would take that power for themselves.
And they don't attempt that already?
But more than that, it would be a hollow existence. All mysteries forever unanswered. All purposes constructed from meaninglessness. No endings to bring closure. Only a wheel, turning without mercy, grinding our spirits to dust.
Better that than live a lie.
Telling yourself each day that what you do matters, that it isn't all for nothing, that the world is just. The apostate's world is built on believing lies. All I have seen, the millennia of experience. I will not be dissuaded from this course. This is the only way.
You are blind to think yours is the only way. You're controlled by your own doubts.
We are all controlled by our own doubts. Better that we should be relieved of them. With your soul and thousands of others, I will see this world purged of its suffering. Hear me, Woodica. Your servant calls for aid.
Theos puts his hands out low to either side, as though welcoming some unseen guest. He shuts his eyes and casts his face skyward. And the game froze. I'm seeing the spinning wheel of death. Did it get... Oh, that's a good start. Oh, and those statues about to come alive. Oh, yep, they just came alive. Well, shit. This is a very bad position to be in. This is a very bad position to be in. Okay, so we've got Theos behind us, and a couple of really dangerous people behind us. Okay, well, let's start simple. So anyway, I started blasting. Okay, Aloth needs to be saved or else he's just straight up heckin' dead. I doubt the sleep effect would work. Wait. He's only resistant. Wait, I don't see unconscious listed among his resistances. Let's try it. I don't expect it to work, but I'm very morbid, but I'm curious. Will it work? Oh jeez, holy crap, we just took a metric ton of damage. Durance, heal yourself. Heal everyone around us. Also, you may want to be on permanent heal duty now. Holy shit, that was a lot of damage. What would be... Wow, that low of a hit rate? Okay, don't bother with that then. Well, we've done some significant damage, but... Oh, I am gonna have to defeat the giant vessels. That's great. And his Durance... Okay, he's grounded. Okay. That'll wear off soon, though. Use second wind while you have a... Nope, you're on the ground. Okay, Palagina... Actually, no, Durance can get him up this time. We need Pelaginas just in case... Well... Okay, that's a lot of beneficial effects. Get out of here with all that crap.
Gotta have some...
Alright, what do you... Damage reductions, but no outright immunities. Okay then, I think what we do is we just bring these back up. And here we've got a dare just standing up to the helmsman. Huh. It got very quiet all of a sudden.
More than raw.
Yeah. Alright, now that Aloth's back up, let's see what I can... Nah, that'd be a bad idea. That out. Wow, basically 0 damage, that's fun. Man, they do not like Pelagina. Then again, she is standing in people's way, so I guess that's to be expected. How is a dare still standing? Holy crap. He's gonna need a lay on. He's gonna need a resurrect soon. See, you've got Let me. All right. Whitaker's judge is almost down. That's a good sign. But I'm burning more spells than I'm happy with. One down. We have all taken a metric ton of damage. This worries me. Oh, it doesn't work on them? Oh, it just focuses on dragons. That's why. Whew, what just dropped on them? Get him back up. Alright, did you set that properly? Cool. Now. It doesn't look like it'll have much of an effect. I'm thinking next we turn off your party AI, have you turn this on, and then just keep smacking until they die. I think that's going to be my plan now. It's just, we'll do the SAO abridged plan. We'll group up and hit it till it dies. That's... oh my god. What the hell is Theos dropping on us? How's Palagina still alive?
Yeah.
How is it? Adair still standing? Oh my gosh. Oh crap, Durance is on the ground. Oh crap, now Adair is on the ground. I just realized, Aleph is just straight up out of health. I need to use field triage to get him back up now. Okay, I've lost this first round. Wait, did it give me an autosave right before the battle? That's nice of it. This is gonna keep me up for a while, isn't it? Let's see. Those Skane cultists who make a massive sacrifice to change a mother and her unborn baby into a blood magic abomination sure agree with you, Theos. Or the druids of the blood sands making regular sacrifices. Seriously, as much as I like this game and how great it is, the fact that you can't just call out Theos' bullshit with the things you casually experience on your travels is just a massive plot hole. Also, Woodica likes her boy toys tough. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so if I'm gonna have to deal with the big boys eventually, I may as well lead by taking out the big boys. Did it just dismiss itself? Oh, it self-destructed. I guess I will have to take it out after all. How the hell have you taken so much damage already, Durance? Lay on hands, please. What the hell is this bullshit? How are you already on the ground, Durance? Okay, you can do it, Jay. Sleep is meaningless in the face of completing this. Yeah, I do want to complete it. Oh boy, I just hope I won't regret it in the morning. I do have to be up a little early. Not super early, but a little early. Am I gonna have to get some alcohol for this? Actually, I don't know if that would make it better or worse. Oh man, we are so screwed. Okay, so note to self, do not attack the big boy. So, send a dare to distract the other guy. But after that... And then there's just that random orange cat. Okay, I dare you distract them. Everybody else just focus.
Hi.
Alright, now that you are far away from the blast zone, if anybody's serious. Ow, stop it. Why do you hurt so much? How the... The... what? Excuse me, what? Okay. I need to scatter my team. That's what I'm learning right now. I need to scatter them. Because Theos is gonna drop a metric ton of bullshit on me. So I need to scatter my team. So with that in mind... This might take a few attempts. And I may need to look up how to deal with this, because I don't know if I can manage. Okay. So, Adair goes to distract that one. Okay.
Hey.
Now that we're at this stage... Alright, so now that we are sufficiently scattered, now we just need to keep ourselves alive.
Gotta have something to do this.
Man, Pallegine has taken a lot of damage. Alright, equip that, just to keep things a little safer. How are you taking so much damage from Theos? Oh, wait a minute, I know what I forgot. Well, and you're on the ground. Get her back up. Now you stand right there and give him hell. Hopefully the interruptions on that'll make a difference. Stay on hands yourself. Keep at it. How effective will this be? No effect. Great. And Palagina's on the ground again! Great! Alright, summon distractions. We need them right now. How is Adair still alive?
Enough of this. So that's how...
Okay, now that we're not having to deal with that bullshit. Alright, turn off party AI. Activate this. And just lay into this guy as much as you can. We'll try and take this one down and see if it makes a difference. Hopefully it will. Crap, we're about to lose Harabias. And I am not doing enough to heal people. By virtue of the fact that I am now on the ground. Okay, this ain't working. God, what happened? Yeah. Well, the thing is, okay, so if we're sure that the big explosion happened because of Theos instead of the... Oh, well. Maybe I shouldn't have done this. I doubt I can drop the difficulty. So. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, you really shouldn't be close range to Theos, you know.
Need to try something else.
Okay, I can keep interrupting him, I think we'll be okay. Okay. Wait, why did that one just suddenly explode? Not that I'm complaining, but why did that one suddenly explode? And Durance is on the ground. Great. Pelagina, get him up. Durance, what are you doing? Alot, scout. Just hit him. And you... make Pallegina harder to kill. Actually, yeah, let's resummon this so we can keep... Oh, and... Gravias. Oh, geez, that's really bad. Oh, God, Durance was in that way. Oh, God, that's not good. Durance, you need to heal yourself, and then we need to get Gravias up. Okay, Haravias, back away, and then cast this. Oh geez, I've taken a lot of damage all of a sudden. Get this up. Cast this a couple times to make sure that we're all fine. Then cast this on yourself to ensure that at least you stay alive. Okay, Theos is almost to the point where he's in this headspin. It's good. Put up another distraction. There, focus on those guys instead of us. Hopefully that'll make a difference. Why are you wanting to get so close for that? I should not have had precisely piercing bursts prepared. That was a mistake. Okay, now he's in the other one. Good. Progress.
Beyond sea. Anna.
And I'm on the ground. Great. Well, that almost worked. I'm not sure what to do now. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. So Durance is confused. So the one person who can resurrect people is confused. And then Alop is really damn low health. Being chased by someone who's trying to nuke him effectively. Oh good, I can start resurrecting. Pallegina, get her up first. What the hell am I doing? Oh, I can't believe I'm back to chasing people. Oh my gosh. Also, hello. Nice seeing someone playing this game. Started playing a couple days ago. I don't think I should tell you where I am.
Indeed.
Okay, so now that you're back up, let's see. Okay, I've got one more resurrect that I can pull out. Let's give it to... No, actually, we'll hold it in reserve.
Just like in a deer.
Ah, heck, did I just cancel the spell?
Hey there.
And now I'm confused. Is that... Actually, wait, what effect is that? Confused. Okay, confused I can deal with. Right? I have a way of dealing with confused. Yeah, I wasn't actually gonna say that this is the final battle, but, then again, if you're literally just getting started, you're gonna have basically zero context for any of what's about to happen. So, that's probably okay. Maybe. Maybe. Now, where's my anti-confusion spell? Did it not apply to... Did I just waste a spell slot? Probably. Okay, how do I want to play this then? Keep yourself alive, I guess? Maybe if I do this. Okay, that should help. It'll allow me to at least get this thrown back down. Did that miss? I am mad now.
Let's burn this day.
Why did oh my god, you turned Pelagina against me, you son of a bitch. Dominated. Okay, it'll last for 10 seconds, so that shouldn't be enough time for her to do anything too scary. I'm thinking we get a Dara. If anyone. Because I'm about at my limit as far as my spells are concerned. So I can throw out... Alright, Adair, you're up. Go! Come on, Pelagina, your dominate should be over before you get that shot off. And it missed anyway, so good. I don't like this.
Makes you rest.
Alright. Pick up your sword. Alright, Avatar them. Avatar them both. And we may yet win. Damn it, what is going on? Am I actually gonna make it through this? I have no way of interrupting. I have no way of resurrecting anymore. I only have a dare. Oh my god, am I actually gonna win with this crap? This is so stupid. If this actually wins, I'm gonna laugh so damn hard.
What?
Oh crap, Adair's almost on the ground again. Well, shit. Lay on hands. I need him alive. Oh my god, we're so close! Come on! Come on! Smack him about! Actually, that won't hurt my friends, will it? Oh my god!
I'm starting to slow the pack. Can we sit for a spell and relax?
Oh! God! It's over! It's freaking over! Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I can't believe that worked! I cannot believe that freaking worked! What the hell just happened? I got half of my party on the ground, no resurrection spells left, and it worked! What the actual hell? It took me a few tries, to be fair. My god. I got really lucky with... That had to have been a bug. One of the statues just nuking itself. That had to have been a bug. There's no way I would actually took it down that quickly. But... Okay. RP mode. At your feet rests the body of Theos, hollow. The dense wrinkles shaped by the silent shouldering of an eternal burden, now smoothed across his color-drained face. His soul remains still for the moment, defenseless, its energy expended in defeat. It lies sprawled across his body like a death shroud. The alcohol really would improve this experience. Unfortunately, well, it's a little late for me to be drinking now. I'm basically going, well, as soon as I'm done here, it's hitting the showers and hitting the sack.
That's the servant down, and the mistress still to go. A good start, worthy of being built upon.
I hope this is the end, but what's to stop him from being born again with the same ill intent? And before you suggest the option, no, I'm not eating his soul. I'll put almost anything in my mouth, but not that.
I have questions.
In his own way, Theos must have truly believed he was caring for the people of Aora, protecting them from themselves. A shame his soul won't have a chance to reflect on his errors before it enters the wheel.
At some point, you have to look at the things your god is telling you to do. And ask yourself if it's worth it. He spent his lives, more than any of us will ever know. For what? Binding the world to a lie. Could a man like that ever be redeemed?
With a deep breath, you plunged into Theos' soul, and where in Brackenbury it had been a maze of narrow corridors and dead ends, now it is expansive and borderless, its walls crumbling into heaps like the ruins of Engwith as you pass through them. You travel for what seems like ages, rushing to a known destination, a memory you glimpsed once before. At last you see it, no more than a pinprick of light at the end of a long tunnel, expanding slowly at first, then quickly as you near. You come out in the room you are standing in now, but it is new and pristine, and filled with people. Thousands of them, all turned toward the great Audra pillar and the machine that encases it. Theos stands at the machine, and you are one with him now. You look out at the crowd, at faces of shriveled old men and cherub-cheeked little girls, at mothers bouncing infants to quiet them, and fathers clasping their children's restless hands and watching you with somber acceptance. A woman with tears in her eyes gives you a small nod. You turn back toward the machine, your breaths constricted beneath the weight of unwanted knowledge, preparing yourself to set out alone on a journey without end. You close your eyes and open them again, to find the machine still in front of you, beckoning. You take your place in front of it, and place your hand upon a large mechanical disc at the base of the great crystal column, and speak a single word. Giant rings creak to life, building speed, setting arrays of carved draconic mouths aglow, and sending tremors through the platforms. The entire room shakes now with the force of the accelerating machine, all sound drowned out by its deep, deafening thrum. Brilliant tendrils of light arc outward from the pillar in all directions, and you look over your shoulder to see them engulfing the crowd, burning them brightly like hot iron. One by one, the tendrils disappear, leaving ashen effigies where people once stood, many of them disintegrating into gray heaps under the stress of the tremors. You look above to the Audra pillar, and a glowing spherical mass has begun to coalesce atop the column where the arcs converge. It grows and pulses, translucent and bulbous like some immense chrysalis, suspended in slow rotation as though it were being spun from the arcs of light. When the last arc disappears, the spectral mass hangs a moment, no longer rotating. So bright you must shield your eyes with an outstretched hand, and it seems to you as though it is looking at you. You bow your head in acknowledgement, and look back up to see it melt into the pillar like warm candle wax. The pillar flares with a flash of light bright as the sun itself, then fades to darkness. The machine slows down to an abrupt halt, and when the last echo of its grinding cogs has passed, the chamber is still, and you are alone. From all sides, reality begins to bleed in through the memory, and you find yourself in your own skin once more, looking down on Theos' lifeless body. You sense a listlessness to Theos' soul, and an overwhelming fatigue that hinders its immediate escape and makes it vulnerable to manipulation. You feel as though your victory has given you some kind of hold over it, and you are able to do with it as you please. What do I do? What do I do? I'm not sure. Returning him to the cycle I feel is too dangerous, at least with his memory. But removing his memory will not remove his personality, although, to be fair, a soul can take many personalities over the course of its lifetimes. So I don't know if this would necessarily work, because would it necessarily, well, if he's a servant to Wutica and she's the, well, I don't know. I do not envy you, Theos. I of all people realize the sway memories can hold. It is time you were granted peace.
It is an ending, even if there is little justice in it.
You reach out for Theos' soul, and you can feel its frailty and defeat, its texture like a coarse and threadbare cloth on the brink of disintegration. You insinuate yourself between the threads, pushing the weaving apart, unraveling the stitching until it is bereft of structure, a formless heap bound together by nothing at all. In the midst, you dedicate your focus to a single idea, and the idea is shatter. You concentrate, and as you concentrate, you feel a force building within your soul, an outward pressure that strains against containment, threatening to rupture your spirit. When you can contain it no more, you transfer it into Theos' soul all at once, and release it there. A detonation of will that expands in all directions, driving out the remnants of his essence, scattering it into nothingness. You can feel his presence no more. In the stillness that follows, a single word echoes through your mind. A word you spoke when you were one with Theos in an ancient memory. You realize it is the word that activates the machine. Oh, that's a convenient time to get that.
Mm-hmm. Hi?
I hope I won't live to regret my decision. Although I suppose I'll see in the second game when I finally have time for that. As you approach the machine, the path underfoot suddenly changes to a cobbled road. If you hadn't experienced a vision like this already in Terevrin, you'd be tempted to believe that the machine had sucked you into it and deposited you in the middle of nowhere. The sun blazes overhead, and the rolling meadows and the thick forests on either side of the road could be anywhere in the Deerwood. A shrill cackle turns your head. Standing next to you is a malnourished man clad in a threadbare loincloth and manacles. His entire body is stripped with lash marks, and there are scarred pits where his nose and ears should be. He stinks of stale sweat and unwashed filth. You notice someone watching down the road, but the figure's back is to you. The scarred slave has your attention for now.
You know something of quiet servitude, Watcher. Groveling and simpering before the gods whose aid you need, so that when they finally raise you to a place of power, you can seize what you desire.
And I forgot to make a save, didn't I? Damn it. Well, if I really want a save so that I can check out the other options, I think what I'll do then, well, because I'll probably only explore one for the sake of this stream, if I want to explore further, I can always just go back to before I jump down the pit, set it to normal mode, which I should be able to breeze through easily because of the White March content, and I can go through it again. I'd probably want to anyway, since that I don't have a save for talking with Yovara. So, I'm not without options. I just need to, well, either way, for now, my focus is wholly on seeing this through.
You have labored at the pleasure of others. That shriveled hag in Hadrat House, those pompous deer wooden zealots, the wretched tribesmen playing out their fantasies of grandeur. And then you cowered and knelt before the gods themselves, begging one paltry favor, and receiving riddles and visions in response. And now the gods give you orders and commands, even while you set out to fix what they cannot. Yet what have they offered you?
They offered us the means to stop Boudica and Theos. That's enough for me. A suspicious grimace crosses Alot's face. I get the feeling this is his way of giving you new orders on behalf of his own master. Be careful. Aravias clears his throat and quietly says, 5 copper says he's about to sell you on his own agenda. Only Wild knows what that might be. Aravias grins and leans in closer, whispering, if I were you, I'd tell him the other gods offered us a dozen nubile lasses. See if you can match that and haggle from there. Given the breadth of the iron manacle, it's amazing that he can raise his bone-thin arm. But he does, and he points to the person walking the other way along the road.
The exiled queen is not an ungrateful patron.
You get a better look at the lone figure and realize that she's wearing robes, tattered and singed, but fine nonetheless. On her head is the silhouette of a broken crown. She continues walking, but her pace slow but determined.
Finish the work Theos began. Strengthen Boudica with these souls and allow her to become the most powerful of all the gods, with you as her favored.
I've been working against Boudica this whole time. Why would she thank me now after I've defeated her most loyal servant? The ragged hole in Skane's face wrinkles with disgust. Loyal and weak. Those Theos proved his inadequacy when he failed to anticipate you. A plan is exposed is worse than none at all. But you have proven resourceful, equal to the schemings of the gods. Boudica has a long memory, Watcher, for both friends and foes, and she keeps her oaths. What do you mean by her favored? The recipient of Boudica's blessings, she has always had a place for mortals of particular merit. If you help her now, she will become the most powerful of all the gods, and you will be the one who made her so. Think of the lifetimes of reward you would reap. Pallegina steps towards Skane. Equal parts madness and idiocy. Why would we form an alliance with one who has opposed us at every turn? Skane turns his flinty eyes toward Pallegina. So says your companion who's been abandoned by her own country. Do you really trust her to make alliances for you? Helping Boudica would mean that the secrets of the gods stay hidden. He rubs his hands together, his black eyes gleaming. Safely hidden, yes. From the violent overlords who would cease to fear punishment in the next life. From the heavy-handed masters who would answer to no one. The world needs some schemes. Or are the souls of Kith so pure that you would snap the tenuous threads that bind society? Aloth snarls. And Theos makes a better overlord? This one is the god of slaves. What would he have left if the world were unchained from his mistress's lies? Skane takes a bundle at his feet and hefts the burden onto his back. I've explained the alternative, Watcher. Continue as the pawn of the gods or a partner of one. At the other end of the road, the figure stops. She turns her head just enough to look over her shoulder. Her face is mostly hidden, but one merciless eye peers at you from a cheek of rippled, scorched flesh. I won't help you.
You say that now, but when you're standing in front of the machine, considering the lifetimes and the powers that await you, we'll see what you do.
He continues down the road, and when the sun suddenly drops below the horizon, it plunges you into momentary darkness. You come to your senses in front of the machine. All these evils we've seen, going all the ways back to the Saints' War, that was all Boudica. Imagine if she was stronger on top of it all. Ooh, everybody's got something to say. Okay, let's make a save. Guess I've got a chance after all.
Theos, he had hold of your soul from a long time back, seems like. You get what you needed from him?
I got an answer to an old question.
Well, those can be hard to come by, but maybe that's best. Forces you to find your own footing. You'll be feeling better soon then. Good. That's real good. You got it figured out what you're going to do about all that?
Yes.
Got a lot of people out there thinking they've been abandoned by their gods. There's not much that'll put the fear in you more than that. You can take my word for it. If it was in my power, and I know it's not, but if it was, I'd find a way to give them the courage to face it. Not because they think there's some god looking out for them, but because they've just got it in them. And after what you've been through, though, I'm sure you got your own ideas. Better make it good.
And that's why I keep you around. You're awesome.
So much for Theos, then.
The membranes of Palagina's golden eyes sweep out and retract as she gazes into the great machine.
Now you have a chance to set things right, back to the proper order of things. It will take the Deerwood generations to recover, but at least these souls will find their way back to the wheel, as it should be.
And everybody has their own idea of what should happen to them.
Victory looks good on you. There was a blur about your soul that lingers no more. Seems putting Theos to rest has given you some measure of inner peace. Of course, now you need to decide what to do with these trapped souls. So many hopes and dreams, all of them torn from the cycle and trapped for Wall knows how long. You could set them free, nowhere in particular. Just free to go Wall knows where. Think of how many new lives and new journeys could start this very moment. It's all in your hands. I know you are the right person to decide the fate of so many. You helped bring me closer to WoW, and I believe WoW delivered you to this moment, this decision. It has been an honor to be along for the journey.
Astounding. I always knew the Leaden Key stood for something big, but I didn't quite realize what I'd gotten myself into. And now, you're in the middle of something even bigger. The decision that will affect millions.
Leaden Key, huh? Knowing what we do now, that name holds a hell of a lot more significance, doesn't it? Huh, the key to the biggest secret in all of Aora.
But even if you send the souls somewhere specific now, who knows what the next turn of the wheel will make of them? We can't really control what happens to them. Nor should we try. I had to see the monster Theos had become to realize that.
Maybe so.
It's your decision, of course. And whatever you decide, I'm glad our paths crossed in Gilded Vale.
Audio balancing, can you do it? God, you're worse than me.
Ah, the end of the road greets us at last. You fared well, Watcher. Better than any Watcher has right to. Seems you were a field in need of a flame's cleansing. Would that my own trial had produced such an outcome. I had figured myself for the field all this time. But you were the field, and I the darkness. A lesson neither of Durance nor of Margarin. But with that trial's end, a new one begins. A god's trial. And I will stand in judgment without mercy.
No pressure then. Just in case there's any last-minute combat they want to throw at us. Huh. They're giving me the loading wheel. With your companions bearing witness, you step up to the place where Theos once stood before his people long ago. The great machine lies in front of you. Idle. Ready. You have seen the machine and others like it in operation. You understand how it works. It is a device for directing souls. As a watcher, it would be a simple matter to influence that direction. Though as big as the machine is, it may be the last thing you ever do. There is a shrieking of stone grinding against stone, as old cogs loosen and begin to turn. You have only moments before the souls will be sent into the Audra vein. This will be your only chance at redirecting them. Leave it up to chat. So, the choice in my mind is... strengthen the Deerwood, or send them in a crazy direction. Those are the two options in my mind. Because... well... feel like that... well... actually, you know what? I think casting them to the wind would probably be the most interesting, because that would probably be the biggest middle finger to what Theos had been planning, right? I mean, sure, bolstering the... let's see. Well, bolstering the strength of the deerwood might be useful, but we don't know what kind of effect that would have on the region as a whole. Having a stronger deerwood may be helpful when dealing with places like Adir, but the problem is that I am but one person who has spent a long time in the deerwood and haven't really spent a whole lot of time anywhere else. So, my thinking is, alright, well, we'll play it your way. You close your eyes and expand your perception outward, taking in the immense totality of the tens of thousands of souls orbiting the chamber. Your grasp on the souls is tenuous. You find yourself fighting to keep them all within your influence, and you can feel them slipping away from you as the machine gains speed. Also, if you hear any noise, the cat wants in. I'm just gonna ignore him. A brief moment comes when it feels as though you hold all of them at once, and their force is so great it feels as though they will tear you apart. In that moment, you dedicate your entire being to bending their orbit, channeling their flow in a new direction.
At your command, the ancient device became your instrument, spinning to life with deafening resonance and gathering up the swirling essence like thread on a great spindle. There, in the pale, pulsing glow of the machine that set you on this path long ago, you summoned all your strength, focusing on your objective and blocking out all else. With a single concussive blast that rocked the chamber and sent you tumbling to the ground, you freed the souls from their stasis. Exhausted, your consciousness slipping away, your last sight was of the machine, dark and dormant. Then your eyes closed, and sleep welcomed you at long last. After coming to and searching for some time, you discovered the route Theos used to enter Sun in Shadow, and embarked on a long and arduous ascent back to the surface. You emerged in Ter Evron after days of tunneling through the rubble Theos had left behind, and when you stepped into the daylight, you were faced with a different Deerwood than the one you had left. At your direction, the souls of the Hollowborn, long lost to the people of Deerwood, were sent to a place or places unknown for reasons as mysterious as the god who suggested it. No sooner had the mystery of their whereabouts been solved than it was renewed, a new riddle for someone yet to be revealed, or perhaps for no one at all. For the people of Deerwood, the question would linger as it always had, for even the truth was beyond belief. One day, the Hollow Births had stopped with as little explanation as they had started. For all their joy at the legacy's end, Deerwoodans would have to content themselves with their own theories as to the how and why of it all. But perhaps this was as well intended. Lord Radric's zeal had brought him back to life once, but it would not do so again. Radric's destruction at your hands spelled the end of his suffocating rule over Gilded Vale and the surrounding area. In his absence, the village prospered, becoming a popular destination for new settlers anxious to leave Defiance Bay after the riots. Without a nearby ruler, it also grew more wild, with many settlers moving on as soon as they'd arrived, turned off by lawlessness that was excessive even by Deerwoodan standards. Nevertheless, despite the challenges of living there, Gilded Vale had survived, and would continue to survive for the foreseeable future. Following the assassinations of Duke Avar Wolfgren and Lady Webb, Defiance Bay was thrown into political upheaval. In the ensuing weeks, the streets had become the domain of looters and blackguards. Few dared to step outside their own doors alone or unarmed. But once the dozens had regrouped in the wake of the riots, they quickly put an end to the criminal activity, patrolling the streets in droves and administering their brand of law on any perceived offenders. They also took the opportunity to depose the weakened Knights of the Crucible from their position of authority, branding them traitors to the people for their actions during the riots. Whatever knights weren't stoned to death in front of their keep were forced into exile.
Oof.
The external contingent of knights stationed at Fleetbreaker Castle would remain there, their high justice plotting the city's recapture. The dozens would soon find themselves overwhelmed by the problems of a leaderless metropolis, and in the days and months ahead, Defiance Bay remained on the brink of collapse. The destruction of the machine atop Ter Noaneth spelled the end of the reanimated corpses in Heritage Hill. Though at first few were willing to venture into the abandoned district, it was soon cleaned out and rebuilt. The district's horrors still fresh in people's minds. It would be some time before it was fully repopulated, but eventually the lure of cheap prime land would all but erase the memory. The Duke's assassination at the apparent hands of an animancer had caused catastrophic rioting in the streets of Defiance Bay. But those who had escaped the melee and the palace hearings remembered the testimonies of the strange guest who had shown up that day and absolved animancy, implicating the leaden key instead. The rumor spread quickly, and soon the popular belief was that the assassin had been a leaden key spy. When the legacy had lifted, people came to see it not as a sign that the riots had been according to the god's wishes, as Theos had hoped, but as a confirmation that animancy had never been the source of the problem in the first place. Deerwoodans instead convinced themselves that the riots had somehow purged Defiance Bay of leaden key spies, and that the end of Whitewind's legacy was their well-deserved reward. The rage against animancers was quickly forgotten, and those who had survived were permitted to return to Brackenberry Sanitarium and rebuild it so they might resume their studies. Abydon's renewal brought new vigor and purpose to a god long known for quiet, steady labor. Handicraft saw a revival in the Deerwood, and no smith wanted for an apprentice. Additionally, Abydon's restored interest in preservation led to redoubled efforts to survey Engwithan ruins. Animancers and craftsmen alike found much to study, but tensions with Aer Glanfath rose.
As one would expect.
As for Stalwart, the Battle of Caeron's Scar only strengthened their resolve to unlock the mysteries of Durgan's steel and build new marvels with the White Forge. However, Stalwart's ambitions brought them into further conflict with the Raid Serens, as more and more impoverished communities gathered at the border and vowed to finish the work of the Iron Flail. It would be many generations before the region saw peace. The Flames That Whisper clan found a cautious peace with Stalwart, particularly once the villagers heard of the aid the ogres had offered against the Eyeless. The clan moved back into the Russet Wood, and as Stalwart grew in prestige, the villagers formed a tighter alliance with their ogre neighbors. Within a generation, ogre traders visited Stalwart, and village hunters were welcome in the Russet Wood.
Nice.
Harmka's death had brought the Devil of Carrick little satisfaction. In time, her taste for vengeance soured. What replaced it was a hunger to feel something, anything, new. Summer had thinned the snowpack twice over when she felt the joint at her elbow first begin to stiffen. She turned her back on the hopes of animancy and civilization and walked east. She pushed through the mountains, past Raid Ceres, and into the broad plains of Ishamiddle. She had forgotten what it was like to simply journey, no goal or destination in mind. Though she felt nothing more than the steady thump of her feet on the road, the endless horizons and grassy meadows were new to her. She measured her time in the gradual rusting of her body and was satisfied. Her movements slowed, but so did the world around her. Waist-high grasses undulated and tacked in the wind, as gradual as the tides. Sparrows and blackjays made steady pilgrimages across the sky, each flap of their wings a solemn salute. She could hardly move when she found something she had never seen before, the ocean. With the last of her strength, she pulled herself beneath the water, content at last to feel the movement of currents and the constant caress of the waves. Zawa came to believe that the Dakan had survived through him. He returned to Ishamiddle, where he united a number of small, vulnerable tribes under the beliefs of his people. He called them Takanakin, kin of Takan, and under his tutelage, they became strong enough to resist would-be conquerors. Zawa taught his secrets not to one chosen person, but to all, that the line of knowledge might never be broken. Once Maneha had made peace with her memory, she decided the time had come to face her more recent past. For the first time in decades, she returned home to Rawatai, and she found that it had changed as much as she had. New districts had sprung up along the coast, while others withered into crumbling husks, and the streets had changed their course as surely as rivers. Her parents wept with joy at her return. They still ran the old spice shop, and in its many aromas and flavors, she found memories of the places she'd traveled and the people she'd known. She told her story, bottle by bottle, and began to build a life on the soil she knew best. The fortress of Cadnua emerged as a bastion of security in the midst of an untamed land, becoming the envy of every thane and earl in Deerwood. Legend grew over time of its impregnability, and stories of formidable invaders easily scattered by the keep's defenses became popular around the hearths of Deerwoodinians. Likewise, it also became a beacon to travelers, merchants, and visiting dignitaries alike. Reputed as the finest fortress in all Deerwood, people would journey from near and distant lands alike to experience its fabled hospitality and grandeur. After the death of the Master below, a strange quiet fell over the endless paths of Audnua. The attacks on the fortress above ceased, Audnua's silent titan the closest remaining thing to a master in its musty, forgotten passages. Palagina had gone against the Duke's Bell's orders by inventing a new trade arrangement with the Anamenfath to accommodate the recovering Deerwooden market. With the Deerwood's people still weakened by Weidman's legacy, the Valian republics easily pushed their would-be competitors out of the market. For her outrageous insubordination and audacity, Palagina was banished from the republics. She traveled north in the Eastern Reach, avoiding Valian ports and entering the ranks of the kind wayfarers. Despite her bravery and dedication to those in her care, her strange appearance made her feel like an outsider wherever she went. Haravius took his leave of the party and, after his first bath in years, returned to his nomadic lifestyle. With his homesickness expunged, he found renewed joy and tranquility in his wandering survey of the wilderness. For the first time in his life, he ventured beyond sight of the mountains of Glonfath. During his travels, he penned numerous journals and sketches detailing his travels through frozen tundra, searing desert, and tropical forests. Wherever he went, Haravius left behind stories of the Autumn Druid, a temperamental, one-eyed wise man of the forest, known to bring food to lost travelers and unusual advice to anyone willing to ask him a question.
Of course.
Adair chose not to return home to Gilded Vale. Still most comfortable far from cities, he settled in Deerford, which, like many towns in the Deerwood, was beginning the slow process of rebuilding. Believing now that it was the obligation of Kith to be the leaders their gods had not, Adair was soon named mayor of the town, and under his guidance, Deerford soon began to prosper. He expelled the last of the Scanites from the area and drew new settlers with the offer of land, a trick he had learned from someone he otherwise preferred to forget. With each passing day, Deerford would come to more closely resemble the Gilded Vale of Adair's childhood, the one worthy of its name. When the dust settled in sun and shadow, Aloth looked upon the remains of Theos Ixarchanon, his former master. He saw where the Grand Master had gone wrong and what would be required to undo the harm Theos had wrought. With a flick of his wrist, he burned Theos's robe, headdress, and every other symbol of the man's power. Never again, he vowed, should Kith live in fear and blind obedience to an authority they did not understand. Armed with the knowledge and courage he had gained on his journeys with the Watcher, he set out on the long and lonely task of dismantling the Leaden Key. With both their aims fulfilled, Kanarua bid the Watcher farewell and sailed back to his beloved Rawatai. There, he reported on his findings to the Lore College. Kana spoke of the Engwithan people, describing both their vile experiments and their inspiring accomplishments. He spoke too of the destruction of the tablet by the Leaden Key, and the group's efforts to erase the Engwithan legacy from the world. Both inspiration and cautionary tales, he said, could be found in the world beyond Rawatai's borders. Kana urged his people to continue to pursue knowledge abroad, so that the lessons found there might benefit Tekoa. Kana's inability to prove his theory of Engwithan influence diminished his academic standing, but his passion drew much interest from those less concerned with degrees. Kana swiftly became an influential figure in the move toward a more collaborative approach to expansion on the northern continent. In his personal life, he came to enjoy the reputation of an affable eccentric, willing to share grand and impossible secrets, along with a drink and a song.
Perfect.
With Theos defeated and the souls released from Sun and Shadow, healthy children were born once again in the Deerwood. The grieving mother sought a place where she might do penance for the birthing bell. She returned to Deerford, where, to the astonishment of the villagers, she delivered the first healthy child in over a decade. She remained there, and with each new birth, she saw a measure of hope restored to the Deerwood, and a measure of grace for her own troubled past. Durrance used Magrin's strength only until Theos had been cast from the world, and then swore off her influence entirely. Regret came to weigh heavily on his mind, and a man who had never previously lacked for words or opinions came to embrace silence and contemplation. He continued to wander, penniless and destitute, searching now not for the reason for his goddess's silence, but for a mechanism for revenge. The charred robes he continued to wear as a reminder that he had been burned by his goddess, and not just by the flames of the Godhammer. After 5 years of searching for Persak, Sagani's 4-month journey home felt longer still. The Deerwood, Aer Glonfoth, the Valian Republics became places on a map, endless expanses of green between her and Nasitok. Her homecoming was celebrated by all of Masuk, yet it was the reunion with Kalu and their children that truly brought her joy. She relinquished her role in the long hunts, and ever after, she and Itumak spent their days working in the village and their nights at her hearth. She watched her own children and their children grow and thrive. When she finally passed, she lay surrounded by the affection and tears of 5 generations. For you, the death of Theos brought an end to your waking visions, and a silence to the whispers of the past. In their absence, you were able to sleep. The questions of a distant lifetime ceased to trouble your soul. All that remained was what to make of the answer. But at the moment, there was little to be done, and the matter would have to wait. A long journey loomed ahead.
So it is end. Alrighty then, that is that. Phew. Fitting ends for all involved. It's gonna take a long time to process all of that. On for over 4 hours now. It's been a long time since I've been streaming this long on a single session. Because I had pushed myself to do it when I was playing through Halo 4 a while back, but the only thing that could prompt this from me before then, oh man. At least on stream, that would have been Fire Emblem. Yeah, it's been a lot to go through. I do appreciate that you... I can't... Actually kind of funny. It's been nice to have somebody to watch. Great. Glad that you enjoyed them. So... Oh man, that was a lot to do. So, I'm thoroughly exhausted right now. Thoroughly exhausted. So, that, as they say, is that. Fitting end. I'm very curious to see how else this could play out. I'm also curious to see how the second game will play out, though it will be quite some time before I actually jump in and play the second. As for what I'll be doing, as for what the future looks like, the review will take some time. I may as well say now, my plan for it is, well, given that CRPGs have been well received on my channel, I'm going to be using it as a sort of an opportunity to rebrand a little bit. Because I've been trying to figure out how exactly to make my channel stand out more, and what it's boiled down to for me is just figuring out, okay, I've got all this that well, best way that I can think of to try and stand out would be to try and give it a unique appearance of some kind. And so I've been trying to learn how to draw for the last year, and fortunately today I didn't find time to didn't make time for it, but until I get that figured out, it'll be some time before I can look at this. But luckily, in that time, I should have more than enough opportunities to look back on the footage, to explore the game a little bit on my own time. As for when the review will come out, I have no idea. I'm hoping that I can get it out at some point in the summer, but that is a very, very early estimate. And until I have a script, until I have the art assets I want, and until I know exactly what it's going to look like and how it's going to be set up, I can't give a good estimate. Luckily, I do have plenty of ideas, because I'm thinking, you know, if CRPGs are so well regarded on my channel, I may as well give them their own little playlist, because you look at my main channel, the Infinity Engine games are the 3 most reviewed games on the channel. The only thing that comes even close to their numbers is a review of StarCraft Brood War and a League of Legends Champion guide I made in 2014 on Windows Movie Maker. I don't know how the hell that's still the 2nd most watched view on my channel, but God. World's weird, guys. World's weird. YouTube algorithm's weird. So, given that, I'm thinking that I may as well give special distinction to the CRPGs, especially since that, like Pillars of Eternity, they won't all fall within the banner of Through the Looking Glass, what I use for anything that... Basically, the cutoff point for me is 2015. Anything made in 2015 is the cutoff point for what I'm considering, quote, older. And the reason for that is because if... Well, initially I was going with 5 years or more, because in internet time, it's pretty old at that point, at least by internet time. But the thing is, if I were setting that up, that would mean that 2015 were included in, quote, old, and that would mean The Witcher 3 would be considered an old game. I think that's in a slightly different class than Baldur's Gate. I don't necessarily think they belong within the same paradigm. 2012, you could argue, because there was still a lot of work to be done with respect to graphical fidelity and technical shortcomings, but The Witcher 3, no, that's the cutoff. Any 2014 and below is what falls into Through the Looking Glass, which would mean Pillars of Eternity would not fall in that. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'm going to do something called the CRPG Chronicles. That's my tentative name for it right now. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be giving it sort of a... Well, I'm going to be leaning into the notion that CRPGs are the best books you ever play. Because that was what everybody called Planescape Torment, is the best book you'll ever play. And not without reason, because the work put into the writing and the focus put into the writing on CRPGs especially to ensure that, hey, every character has a unique, well, every character has a unique voice, every bit of the script, all the flavor text, all the item descriptions, the appearance of the thing. I mean, these were originally made to recreate Dungeons and Dragons. That was what the Infinity Engine games were based on, the 2nd and 3rd editions. So because of that, I'm thinking, okay, lean into that for a visual presentation. Just have yourself sitting in basically a small couch of some kind, just with a book on your lap, talking about a really interesting story. I think that could be really cool as an aesthetic, and help them to stand out a fair amount. And it would also be very useful because, I mean, if CRPGs are gonna be this fun to play, this fun to analyze, and be this well received, let's just go full bore into it. The only problem is, it's gonna take a very frickin' long time to get all this sorted out, and I've got all sorts of other crap to worry about in the meantime. So, I'm hoping I can get that figured out this year, but I'm still very much a novice when it comes to drawing, and I will probably be going through multiple iterations of this idea to try and perfect it. So the hope is that I can get it by the summer, or at least the end of the year. I want to at least try and end the year with it, but it's going to be interesting to see whether I can actually make it. I'll probably be buying a drawing tablet of some sort over the next few days, depending on how things work out. My birthday is on Tuesday, so maybe something... I did mention that I might be interested in a drawing tablet. Well, I mentioned to my parents that I might be interested in a drawing tablet, but I have no expectation of what I'd be getting. All I know is that it's showing up on the 24th, so, which is the day before, so I don't expect anything, and if they don't buy, and if that's not my birthday present, I'll just well, I just buy one on my own. So either way, I'm thinking at the start of February I'll start experimenting with that, because I think I've got lines and draw line work down a little bit, or can at least do well enough with enough effort. It might have the impression of being a little overdrawn with enough effort, but I can at least manage non-humans, and I can probably get basic enough for a simple video. It's just a matter of, well, it's just a matter of putting in the effort and putting in the work. And luckily, over the course of February, I should have all the time in the world, since that I'm not actively, well, over the last month I've been trying to set up a basic schedule to try and at least be consistent with audio editing and drawing. Drawing I wasn't able to make today, but that's the first time this month I've actually failed to actually hold to this schedule. Don't even have an excuse. I spent the afternoon watching Arcane. So, that's on me. That's on me. So, with that being said, that's my hope for Pillars of Eternity. As for what to expect for this channel, well, I now have a slot open for the Backlog live streams, and I've got a couple of options in mind. I don't know which one I want to follow up. I've got two specifically that I'll be following. One, well, I'll probably be playing both at some point, so I may as well offer them as options, but framed under the assumption that yes, these are options, not guarantees. One of them would be Metroid Dread, as I really enjoyed Hollow Knight and the Metroid Prime trilogy, and I think I would really enjoy Dread based on everything I've seen about it. So that's one option. So something a little less dialogue heavy compared to everything that I've been dealing with over the last few months. And it is nice to have a CRPG like this, something more long term, but I'm thinking the next CRPG I play will probably be one I play on my own. That way I can just dig into it on my own time, and there's not as much of an expectation that, hey, you better make sure that your voice is in decent enough shape where you can actually read out what's in front of you. So I'm thinking the next CRPG I play will be one that I keep to myself, but there will still be the reviews once I figure out what I'm doing for CRPGs in general, so that will be something to look forward to on the main channel eventually. So the other option is Halo Infinite, and the basic reason for that is, well, I enjoyed playing Halo the Master Chief Collection. Infinite's multiplayer was free, I enjoyed that. May as well see what the single player has in store for it. I'm a little reticent to approach it because I see open world and I think, uh-oh, I'm not gonna like this, am I? Every time I've played an open world game and liked it, it was always in spite of the open world elements and not because of it, so I don't know if this is a good idea. But be that as it may, there will, by my understanding, there are still moments where it is very much a Halo game as far as its corridors and whatnot, so, and at least for specific story missions, so I'll probably be okay in that regard. I'm worried about it being a little too repetitive, but I suppose I'll have to see before too long. So those are the two options that I'm thinking of to replace the Backlog livestream. The only other thing I'll mention as of right now was that as of right now I don't plan on doing anything super special for my birthday, at least on the internet. I might be doing something during the weekend or at some other point, so you may not see anything next weekend, and honestly it might be for the best if I don't, just to give myself a weekend to chill, but we'll have to see then. But I am probably going to be putting out a live stream on Friday though, and the simple reason is that I'm a casual Pokemon fan and we're getting a new Pokemon game that day, so I'm very curious to see how that one will play out. So there will probably be a review, well, there will probably be a release stream on that on Friday. As for whether it'll be on this channel or the main one, I don't know yet. I'll probably schedule a live stream on whichever one that I figure out. So hopefully it'll be good. Hopefully it'll be good. It looks like it'll actually be a decent deviation from the norm, so hopefully it'll be good. That's all I'll say. So somehow I managed to talk about all that, and we're still... What time is it? Oh god, it's almost midnight my time. Well, closer to 11:30, but damn. I need to go to bed. I need to shower. I need to let the cat out. I need to sleep. God, I'm gonna be very grouchy in the morning. Heaven help anyone who has to deal with me. Alright then, I better call it there. So, thank you all for watching up to this point. This has been a long road to follow, and it's been a fun road to follow too. A lot of really good writing, just perfect. Yeah, that's coming straight from the Affinity Engine games and Knights of the Old Republic. This was the perfect CRPG to pick. And it was more on a whim, because I had a choice between Divinity Original Sin and Pillars of Eternity as to what was already in my backlog, and the only reason I chose Pillars of Eternity was because, well, the only reason I chose Pillars of Eternity is because my sister had given it to me as a Christmas gift a couple of years ago, so I figured, okay, yeah, I need to actually do this. And me starting to play it reminded her that she needed to finish her own playthrough, so... So I figured, okay, you know what? Gifts from family, they come first. Let's just go Pillars of Eternity. And then I realized, oh, it's Chris Avallone. And oh, that's why I like the writing so much. It's basically Planescape Torment. And oh, it's basically the Infinity Engine game, except it's in Unity instead, which means it has different problems. Well, different technical problems. You're not limited to 30 FPS, you're just limited to the terrible memory management in C#. Good lord, whose idea is it to use C# for the back end of a stupid game engine? There's a reason why you don't use Java as a game engine. Why would you use C#? I have problems with Unity. I have actually done the research on this. Either way, I think you get the point. I know that sleep is for the weak. I'm well aware, chat. But I do need to sleep. Then consider me weak, because I've been going for 4.5 hours and I need sleep. So, I was the meme, I don't need sleep, I need answers, and now I have my answers, I can sleep now. So, with that said, thank you all for watching. I hope this was as entertaining for you as it was for me. And I will see you, probably not next week, well, I'll see you next week for the Pokemon stream, whichever channel it's on. And after that, who knows? Will it be Metroid? Will it be Halo? Will it be some other thing I pull out of my hat at the last second because I'm stupid like that? Who knows? Either way, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.